I'd like to call this June 24th special meeting of the Hoyoke City Council to order. The clerk will call the roll and record those members present.
I got it. We can all just shout here in order if you'd like.
I haven't had a chance to read any of this.
Thank you.
Alexander,
Here.
Bartley.
Here.
Bresnahan. Chatnoff.
Here.
Graney.
Here.
Jordan.
Here.
Leahy.
Present.
LeBron Martinez.
Here.
Lisi. McGee. McGivern.
Here.
Soto. Tommen.
Here.
Bacon.
Here.
Valentin.
Here.
All rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
God bless America.
And the City of Hoyoke.
And the city council.
And the city budget.
And the budget, yes. God bless the budget.
Mr. President,
Yes, Councilor Bacon.
motion to suspend the rules to allow 1 to
Second.
3 individuals from the public to speak on the budget.
Okay. Motion has been made to suspend our rules to allow 3 individuals, residents of the city, to address, up to 3 individuals to address us regarding the city budget for public comment this evening. Was there a second to that?
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Pat, would you please come up and state your name and address, please? Just make sure the microphone's on.
My name is Patricia Counter.
That's not on, Pat.
How do I get it on?
There's a,
Okay. Can you hear it now? Oh, I did.
there you go.
Is it on now?
It is.
My name is Patricia Counter. I live on Mountain Road, and we're here to talk about.
What number on Mountain
Oh,
Road?
I'm sorry, 427.
427, very good.
And we're here to talk about the sewer fund and the proposed runoff fee. We are all on septic. Mountain Road is actually on well and septic. So we're getting our water from our own water, and our runoff is simply probably recycling itself, I don't know. But the fact that a lot of us were not aware that for the last 2 years, we've been giving money to the sewer fund through our property taxes. Well, we're aware of it now. And now the proposal is to, get us for another fee for something that doesn't and isn't going to exist where we live. We don't have sewers. We're not likely to ever have sewers. And the long and short of it is, and we not long ago had to replace our septic system to the tune of $17,000 and $800 extra to put an alarm system on it. And Title V, like you know, is mandating us to do that. And all of us then, there's 600 or 700 septic systems in the city. And we're all having to, meet these fees out of our pockets. I've spoken before to a couple of former councilors, a former mayor, everybody's aware of this, and nobody's even suggesting that there might be a way to help us do this. And now we're looking at another fee piled on top of us for something we don't have. We have a petition started, and just in the last couple of days, we have 100 signatures on it already. And we intend to keep collecting signatures, have them certified, and give you a copy. I mean, people are very angry about this. And I guess that's really all I have to say about it, just to make you aware that we are now aware of what's happening to us
All right.
again.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot for coming, Pat.
Okay, you're welcome.
All right, who would be like to be the second? Oh,
All set? Yeah.
yeah.
Good evening. My
Name and
name's-
address.
Name is John Counter. I live at 427 Mountain Road. And pretty much what she said, I'm just going to say the same thing. A couple other things is not only we're responsible for our septic and being on well, with this drought we had like a month and a half, 2 months ago, obviously that's passed, I guess, but we're also responsible for having well water. And there's no contingency plan to help us if our well runs dry. So, I mean, all these things I mean, we love it out there. It's a beautiful area, but just these fees, and I think what's angry most folks is, unless we got the information wrong, for the past 2 years, we've been paying into this, and it just doesn't set right with anybody I've talked to. And that's about all I have to say. Thank
Okay.
you for your time.
Thank you, John. Somebody else like to come? All right, Paul? Paul, if you could just give your name and address for the,
Paul Bleemer, 275 Appermont Highway, West Holyoke. The point I'd like to bring out is any storm water that would run off actually goes into the recharge area for the aquifer, and most of us are over the aquifer. None of us have sewage supplied by the city. We supply our own water, most of us, and everybody out there is on septic, and we will never have city sewage because they have to have a pumping station to pump it over the mountain. So I don't believe it's fair that we would be paying this stormwater runoff fee when in reality it goes right back into the ground, into the recharge area. And that's about the point I wanted to make.
all right, thanks a lot, Paul. Good seeing you. Thanks for coming down. All right, so that's our 3 public comment people. And we move forward.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
motion to suspend, take items 2 and 3 as a package and out of order. Second.
Okay, how about, can I make a recommendation just to slightly twist that to say, can we suspend the rules to do item 1 last? Sure. So moved.
Second.
All right. So, motion has been made and seconded to take item number 1 last on our agenda this evening. All in favor of that?
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Which brings us now to items 2 and now you want to
2 and
take
3
2
as a
and 3 as a
package,
package? Okay. Motion on the floor from Counselor Alexander is to take item 2 and 3 as a package. All in favor of that?
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. I do not have the ordinance committee reports 2 and 3. Does somebody have those, or?
They're on the table right there.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I did not even see them.
I didn't even sign it.
Oh, maybe it was a special meeting.
I don't think any of us signed it.
We gotta sign it, Irma.
Yes. Yeah.
Thanks,
Can we move
Irma.
on to a different number since
Sure.
we all have to sign
Okay.
these?
All right, so,
Item
we'll
number 4.
yeah, we'll suspend the, motion to suspend the rules to move to item number 4.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, so moved. Item number 4, let me make sure I have that. Yep, here we go. Item number 4 is an order introduced by Counselor Jordan, ordered that whenever a state or federal statute or regulation calls for local approval of any law for applicability in the city of Hoyoke, that local approval shall only be granted by the city council. I'd request that go to ordinance, to be formed
Second.
into an ordinance.
Second.
Yep. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Adding Counselor Soto's name to that as a co-sponsor. Okay, that takes care of that. Okay, all right, I have 2 and 3 in front of us now. Somebody like to suspend the rules, go back to items
Motion
2
to
and 3?
return to 2 and 3.
Take them up as a package?
Second.
Motion on the floor is to return to items 2 and 3, to take items 2 and 3 as a package. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, so moved. Item number 2. Item number 2 is a report from the Committee on Ordinance, to whom was referred a special permit application of Gary Rome for a motor vehicle repair garage located at Whiting Farms Road, map 116, lot 1. Have considered the same, recommend that the special permit application be approved. Councilors Lisi, Alexander, Vacan, Bartley, and Shatnoff. And item number 3 is a report from the Committee on Ordinance, to whom was referred a special permit application of Gary Rome for outdoor sales lot for new and used motor vehicles and trucks and marine and recreational vehicles establishment on Whiting Farms Road, map 116, lot 1. Have considered the same, recommend that the special permit application be approved. Councilors Lisi, Alexander, Vacan, Bartley, and Shatnoff.
Motion to receive the committee report and adopt, granting the 2 special permits.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded to receive both items 2 and 3, to approve the committee reports, and to grant the special permits for both of these 2 special permits. Under discussion, Counselor Lisi.
Thank you. So previously, we heard a lot about the Whiting Farms parcel. It was before us for a zone change because Business Highway is the only zone in the city that allows for auto-related uses for sales and repair. And the city council holds the authority to grant the special permit for motor vehicle sales and repair. Mr. Rome and his attorney, Toby Wilson, were before us last night. They submitted a really detailed plan. All of the uses are clearly delineated. The setbacks are clearly delineated on this plan, as well as the parking associated with each use. The planning department reviewed the proposal, and they said that they were meeting all of the conditions of the ordinance to satisfaction. So the city council ordinance committee voted unanimously last night to grant both the special permits for motor vehicle repair and sales.
Okay. Counselor Soto?
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I'm in favor of this, to approve this for Gary Rome. I did speak to Mr. Rome regarding, I did get calls regarding one of the languages in the orders about marina and recreational vehicles. They were a little concerned. I got actually a few calls on that. They're a little concerned there was going to be like boats being parked there and everything else. But I was assured by Mr. Rome and his family, his business, that is not the case. He's not going to get into the boat business. He's doing very well what he's doing now. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Lisi?
Thanks. I just also want to note for everyone that is interested in this project, if the city council passes these special permits this evening, Mr. Rome still needs to go on to a final hoop in this process, which is site plan review in front of the planning board, to make sure that the setback requirements, buffers, landscaping, things of that nature are something that we want to see in the city and that meet all the zoning regulations.
Okay, great. Anybody else like to be heard on this issue? All right, hearing none, the clerk will call the roll. Remembering now, councilors, we're voting on 2 and 3 as a package, so a yes vote is going to be in favor of both special permits. A no vote is against both special permits. The clerk will call the roll.
Valentin,
Yes.
Alexander.
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Chatnoff,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee, McGivern,
Yes.
Soto,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous.
By your unanimous vote, you've approved the 2 special permits for Gary Rome, and we wish him the very best of luck. You're welcome. Have a good evening. All right. Brings us to item number 5 on the agenda. Item number 5 is an order
I say
introduced.
thank you very much.
Oh, you're very welcome. All the best. Good luck. Item number 5 on the agenda is an order introduced by Councilor Jordan, ordered that the mayor and city council approve amendments to the previously adopted petition to the Massachusetts General Court to enact an act relative to the dissolution of the Geriatric Authority of Holyoke, which has been filed by Representative Vega. See the attached draft legislation. We could suspend the rules to have the law department address us on this issue to
Motion to
explain.
suspend the rules?
Second.
Second. Motion's been made and seconded to suspend the rules to allow the law department to address this issue. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, so moved. Kara, could you, the council's previously adopted this. You want to go through the amendments or the tweaking that had to be done?
Sure, and actually, I have copies that show the amended language in red, which I forgot to pass out.
Okay.
Just grab mine. So I think, since the last time we discussed this, we had some feedback from both House and Senate Council, and as President Jordan had said at our last meeting, we did go to Boston to testify before the committee in regards to the act. So the concerns were how, and I think they were expressed by a number of counselors as well, whether the legislation would affect the pending lawsuit and whether it would affect any rights of the former employees. And so what's proposed to be added is in section 1, a sentence that the Geriatric Authority is authorized to wind up its business essentially in the same way that any other corporation would be able to. And then also adding in section 3 that the former employees are still authorized to participate in the city's health plan and retirement plan, which was a right previously given to them under prior special acts, and so that, you know, the rights that they already have won't be affected. So those are the two amendments, and if they're approved tonight, we would send them right back up to the State House. And it sounded, based on the report after the committee hearing, that the committee is in support of whatever the city would like to do with the legislation. So hopefully that will be coming back from the legislature sooner rather than later as well.
Great. Any, Councilor McGivern?
Just a quick question, Mr. President. Attorney Cunha, once the Geriatric Authority is dissolved fully, will the lease with Gondera be taken over by the city or have to be renegotiated?
Well, that lease would have already terminated as a result of the city acquiring ownership of the building, and that is something we're still working on as an issue as far as Gandara still being there.
Has there been a notice of eviction?
We have sent a demand letter, and there has not been any payments made, and so the next step will be a notice to quit.
Thank you.
Kara, I think at one point, one of the prior meetings, we were looking into the number of dollars that they had paid and sort of an accounting of where did those end up, how much went to the city, how much
Right,
didn't.
right.
At some point, can we get that? Maybe, you know.
I do have that, and I think I think there's an outstanding order from Councilor Bacon to address that, so I'm
Okay.
happy to.
So that's coming? Okay,
Sure.
great. All right, any other questions, counselors, or any other thoughts on this issue? Okay. Oh, Counselor LeBron Martinez.
I'm just curious in regards to the Gandara Mental Health being asked to move out if didn't work. Why is the reason they haven't worked out for us? Because I know they invested quite a few dollars to try to bring it up to code for the purpose of their usage, and I'm just not clear the purpose on that. If that can be answered, I'd like to know.
Counselor McGivern, I think, wants to take
My
a crack
only
at that.
intent is, I have nothing wrong with Gondera or the original lease, but when you don't pay your rent, you send an eviction notice.
Counselor Bacon?
Also, I would note that when Gandera entered into the lease, they were fully aware of the financial distress of the Geriatric Authority and the possibility of it closing.
And if I may, I mean, frankly, we just haven't had any response. You know, I appreciate that concern, and, you know, certainly we would be willing to negotiate, and we have spoken to them, but since then, we haven't received any payments and haven't had further response from them as far as a proposal or anything, so.
I'm intrigued to know if there would be any different posture in light of that the fact that the sheriff is staying there over the next 18 months. You know, seems like the urgency for them to move out is not quite as urgent. Because they were in Building B,
Right,
and the
Well-
sheriff's only going in Building A, but
right.
just food for thought. Anybody else? All right, hearing none. Clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is in favor of adopting the special act as amended with these additional amendments. A
Mr.
no-
President,
a no
point
vote-
of order?
I'm sorry?
Point of order, Mr. President?
Yeah,
Did we make a motion on that?
not yet.
Motion to approve is amended. Second.
Adopt as
Second.
amended.
Thank you. Good catch. Just sort of cutting to the chase here a little bit too much. So a motion has been made and seconded to adopt this special act with the new amendments. And as I understand it, there is no further discussion. Okay, so the clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is in favor of adoption of this special act with the amendments. A no vote is to deny it.
Valentin,
Yes.
Alexander,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Bresnahan,
Yes.
Chatnoff,
Yes.
Greeny,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Soto,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous.
By unanimous vote, you have approved the special act articulated as item number 5 on our agenda as amended. Item number 6. Item number 6 is a committee report from the Committee on Ordinance, to whom was referred an order that Section 86-326 be amended to correct the location of the existing bus stop at the South Street Shopping Plaza and to establish a second bus stop on the north side of South Street. In
Can we
addition,
actually-
the PVTA will install a crosswalk in the location of the new bus stop on the north side of South Street. Have considered the same. Recommend that the order be adopted as amended. It came with a recommendation of all 5 members of ordinance.
And since 7 and 8 are amendments to the traffic ordinance as well, can we suspend the necessary rules and go on to those readings?
Second.
Motion is made, is there a second?
Second.
To suspend the rules to take up items 7 and 8 as well with this as a package? All in favor of that?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, so moved. Item number 7. Item number 7 is a report from the Committee on Ordinance, to whom was referred an order that a bus stop on Lower Westfield Road be moved to improve traffic flow and passenger safety per the request of the PVTA. Committee recommends that that be adopted. That's signed off by all 5 members of ordinance. Item number 8 is also a committee report from ordinance, and to whom they were referred an order to amend the ordinances relative to parking in front of 5-7 Martin Street to 1, remove the handicap parking sign, and B, install up to 4 spaces that provide 1-hour parking Tuesday through Saturday during regular business hours. The committee has recommended that that be adopted. All 5 members of the ordinance committee have signed off on that.
Motion to pass the first reading?
Okay, motion's been made and seconded to receive all 3 committee reports and to pass the first reading on all 3. Under discussion, Counselor Lisi.
Thank you. I mean, at this point, they're fairly straightforward. The first 2 are amendments to the traffic ordinance to relocate PVTA bus stops. One is on Lower Westfield Road, and the other is on South Street, across from South Street Plaza. And item number 8 is to remove a handicap parking sign and install up to 4 spaces that provides 1-hour parking Tuesday through Saturday. If there's any questions, the makers of these orders are Councilor Bacon, Councilor Jordan, and Councilor Bartley, so I could defer to any of them as well.
Any questions? Counselor McGivern.
Thanks, Mr. President. My intention, and I will vote in favor of all 3 traffic amendments. I will note, though, on item number 6, and this came from a discussion perhaps last year when Councilor Bartley convinced me of the need for a crosswalk, and the residents, I think, convinced me of why they needed a crosswalk at that location. Matter of fact, when this was discussed in committee, I think the location made it a much more feasible location for the bus stop, but more important for the crosswalk itself. The legal form we got this evening, I'd like to point out, though, does not include the crosswalk. A crosswalk needs to be done in ordinance form in order to enforce the crosswalk and what it means to the flow of traffic. We have to have a law to back it up, and I hope that that can be corrected soon. But this evening, I'll go forward with the vote for the moving of the bus stop.
Okay. Any other discussion? Counselor Bartley.
Yeah, just through the chair to Councilor McGivern. Joe, so I need to file a separate order for the crosswalk?
I think the correct order was filed. I think the engineer didn't put it into the scope of the measurements, and, I mean, nothing we can do this evening, but I think we can find out from Attorney Cunha and the engineer if, it does need to be put into the ordinance, whether it needs the correct measurements or not.
Should this then be tabled?
I think the moving of the bus stop is important.
Yeah, you
I
can
think we
do them as
that.
2,
Okay.
they're divisible enough that you can say, here's the bus stop, and then you can file another order for August that, do whatever you have to do with the crosswalk, just get with Matt Sokop.
Mr. President, there's also nothing preventing the crosswalk from being installed. It's just that it wouldn't be enforceable until that second order cycles through.
Yeah.
But they can go ahead and do all the work.
Which would put a lot of liability on the city if someone got hit in the crosswalk. Right.
No, but that's what I'm saying, Mr. President. So I do need to file a separate order?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay, so I wasn't clear on that. Thank you.
yeah.
On the motion.
All right, anything else? Counselor Tallman?
Yeah, I just want to state, I know several years it's been an issue over there on that area on South Street with the crosswalk and the bus stop, and I've talked to some people over there that it's needed, so I'm very much in favor of these three orders, and hopefully we can get that taken care of.
Thanks.
Great. Anything else? Hearing none, all in favor of passing the first reading?
Aye.
Opposed, so moved.
Motion to pass the second reading?
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded to pass the second reading. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, so moved.
Motion that the passage be ordained?
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded that the passage be ordained. There is no further discussion. The clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is in favor of all three traffic amendments. A no vote is to deny all three.
Valentin.
Yes.
Alexander.
Yes.
Bartley.
Yes.
Bresnahan.
Yes.
Chatnough.
Yes.
Graney.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Leahy.
Yes.
LeBron Martinez.
Yes.
Lisi.
Yes.
McGee. McGivern.
Yes.
Soto.
Yes.
Tallman.
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous.
By unanimous approve, you've approved the three traffic amendments to our ordinances. Moving on to item number 9. Item number 9 is an order introduced by Councilor Jordan that the City Council suspend Rule 1 as it relates to the regularly scheduled meetings to take place on July 7th, July 21st, and August 18th, and that these meetings be canceled for the City Council summer recess. The City Council will still meet on August 4th for our regular summer session meeting.
Motion to receive and adopt?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to receive and adopt. Any discussion? Councilor Valentin?
Thank you. I'm actually not going to be in support of this because my mentality is that a couple of things. One is that City Hall doesn't close for business, neither should we. And the second part is that I remember clearly from last summer that coming back from having these meetings be canceled was actually quite intense in terms of the accumulation of work. So I'm not in support of it. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor McGivern?
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate Councilor Valentine's comments. One of the reasons that we've done this over the years is not that we go into recess. It's that the beginning of the fiscal year is July 1, which I think we all are obviously aware of. It is also the beginning of the vacation season, not just for city councilors. This is more about departments, department heads, in particular the city clerk's office, but all areas of government that people plan their vacations. And it's a good time for the city because the budget after this evening should be set. The workload is less, and it gives people time to plan their vacations. It gives city councilors to plan their family vacations. The committees, as we know, meet throughout the month of July, and yes, we all pay the price in August, but it does seem to be able to work. It has worked out over the years, and I will vote in favor of it because it's common sense and would be short notice to change the policy.
Councilor
A
Graney?
question through the chair. Can't the president of the city council call a special meeting at any time during these months if it's needed?
There was something dire and urgent, something the mayor brought to my attention or some other department, absolutely.
Okay, so I'll vote in favor of this.
Okay. Any other discussion, thoughts, comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Item number 10. Item number 10 is an order introduced by Councilor McGee. This is coming from the Committee on Finance, to whom was referred a financial transfer request in the amount of $440,000 from workers' comp, health insurance, life insurance, Medicare, and indemnity to unemployment. So I believe we have, the next three are going to be committee reports coming out of finance. I don't know if we
Correct.
want to,
I'd say suspend the rules, take the three out of finance and in
Second.
order to act on them.
Second.
Because there really is no jacket to sign,
okay, all right.
or if you want to make it that way, we can always sign it.
No, we put them on here just awaiting disposition because I wanted them to be actually on the agenda. So the committee will just note that have considered the same, and the committee has recommended approval. And I'll pass around this item that we can all sign.
Take up 11 as well as a package, they're the same.
Okay?
Second.
Motion to suspend the rules to take up items 10 and 11 as a package. All in favor of that?
Aye.
Opposed, so moved. Item number 11 is committee report from the Committee on Finance that a financial transfer request of $90,000 from life insurance, indemnity, and dental be transferred into the unemployment line. So we have a total of $530,000 between these two going from these various accounts into unemployment. And I will pass over these two items, if I could just get committee signatures. I was there, so I know the committee voted in favor.
Yes, sir.
Todd, you can, this one will be coming up after these. You might as well just do that one.
I have the old one for some reason. Thank you. Oh, you know that was
So you
my
can just do a motion. Okay, perfect. We're ready to take, we've already suspended the rules to take 10 and 11 as a package.
So make a motion to receive, adopt, pass the first reading.
Okay, motion's been made. Is there a second? Second. To receive item numbers 10 and 11, to receive both of these committee reports and to pass their first reading. Under discussion, Councilor McGee.
Yes, as this has been an ongoing issue in the sense of how to cover the cost, because what the costs represent is there's 12 city employees currently on unemployment, and then there's the list of school employees that go on unemployment, especially during the summer. And there's an ongoing debate as to whether or not that's a cost that we should be bearing due to net school spending, so on and so forth. Bellamy came in with some statistics as to how we're reimbursed or not reimbursed on those type of expenses. The committee felt, based on the information, it was sufficient to go forward with covering these unemployment costs, taking from these different accounts. So it's not coming from free cash. It's coming from various line items in order to go over to this account to then pay the bill. And I do believe we sent out an email to everyone listing all the
Yes.
employees, just not the names of the employees.
Although that has been just requested by myself.
Yeah, that'll go to executive session.
Yep, and one other point we wanted to, I believe we pointed out in finance was that this is an additional $500,000 for school-related, but they in the end turned back $550 from these accounts.
Correct.
So it was overall a net, actually gain to the city, as Bellamy articulated, vis-à-vis the schools, so. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be voting in favor of this for two good reasons. One, it's already money that has been spent by law. It's unemployment insurance, unemployment costs to employees that were laid off, and the source of money is identified as money that would have been in the benefit packages of most of the employees probably that were laid off, and some other employees or positions that were not filled within the school side. The Finance Committee tonight, and as over the last month and a half, 2 months, have met diligently with our acting auditor, Bellamy Smith, and I want to say two things to Mr. Smith. One, thank you for answering our questions. Thank you for the hard work you've done in this very frustrating area. And this evening in the Finance Committee, I made the mistake of shooting the messenger once again, and I apologize for taking my frustrations out on you, Bellamy. We're very lucky to have you, and I think we all know that. And as we're determining the permanent solution to the auditor's office. I will note one quick thing, and it won't nothing to do with the vote this evening, except it's something to do with the money that's before us. Is every May, June, this happens in the school department where layoff notices, with understanding, are sent to teachers who cannot be told they have reasonable belief to have a job in September. whether it's by contract or whether it's by just the right thing to do. A teacher's time to look for a new job for September is in June and July, when principals are filling positions in whatever school system they might be looking. The problem is over the years, we've tried to get the understanding that a teacher's contract, and most of the professionals that are by contract in the schools, is a 10-month contract. It goes from September 1 to June 31st, and July 1 is a downtime for teachers, a downtime for employees by contract in the school department. Over the years, when that notice has been sent out, teachers who are finding themselves in that position of not being reasonably assured to have a job in September, some have filed claims for unemployment immediately, which in essence is not a problem if it becomes a permanent layoff. But when that individual or any individual is rehired on September 1st, we paid them a bonus for their vacation. Now, years ago, when Dave Lawrence was the personnel administrator, he worked closely with the personnel administrator and superintendent of the schools. David, as you know, David later went over to be the human source director for the schools, and that practice was pretty much eliminated. The last few years, we've seen it creeping back in. Last year, there were, under Dr. Paez, 87 notices sent out. I think somewhere between 38 and 39 were employees that were rehired sometime in September or October, and that's exactly what happened. We talked to Dr. Paez, we talked to some people in the school department, and we seem to be running into a brick wall. It's not right that we're paying extra money in the summer for people who end up having a job in September, especially with dire fiscal times on whatever side of the budget you want to call this, because the schools are certainly running a deficit, the city's running a deficit, and spending money, unnecessary money on unemployment just isn't right. Just for your own information, as of last week, 78 notices went out by the schools for layoffs. Two things were a little bit different. One, all the paraprofessionals, or all the uncertified is what I call them, teachers were given a notice. And two, in that letter was an explanation of how to immediately file your unemployment claim. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Any other councilors? Councilor Graney?
Yeah, well, I think that the difference this year is those letters that went out, that it wasn't stipulated in at all that they had a reasonable chance to be rehired, but instead, I believe, and I haven't read the letter, but I've been told that it said that they would not be rehired in the fall. So there's no doubt that was left as far as the unemployment compensation is concerned with this particular letter, from what I understand. I may be wrong, but we could certainly check on that.
Councilor McGivern?
The receiver doesn't take over to July 1. The letter was sent out under Dr. Paez's realm, unless he was given instructions by someone who has no authority. I'm not too sure how that happened. It doesn't take back from what I said. It's still a 10-month contract, even if they don't have a job in September. Why not wait until September to file the unemployment?
Didn't the receiver take over on April 28th?
The contract is still going to the end of June, and I could be wrong, but the actual the new receiver.
I think we got a letter like the morning after the State Board of Ed voted.
The
that said
commissioner,
they're the everything now.
The commissioner appointed Dr. Paez to be the quote-unquote receiver until the new one is hired. But contractually, the union contract has not been dissolved. It goes for one more week anyways.
My understanding is those letters went out last week.
Yes, I believe June 15th is that magical day in the statute that those occur on. Yep. Councilor LeBron Martinez.
I'm just concerned that we're sharing this information and not really clear. I know we have an audience watching at home, and I would ask if we could have somebody clarifying this conversation we're having as we're having.
What points? There's been a lot raised here.
I'm a little, like, we're saying that who's appointing who and what is what is happening in the receivership, and I think this is how the rumor starts in our community, and in concerns of the layoff and situations. Is that possible that we can clarify with somebody here from the department, or since they're here? Or can we, or I'm
Just to
just,
suspend the rules to allow
Russell?
representatives of the receiver, the commissioner, to address the city council. They just coincidentally happen to be here,
They're here.
sure. Do you want to
Second.
do that? All right,
Yes.
motion's been made and
I like-
seconded to suspend the rules to allow Russell Johnston to address the city council on a few of these points. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Russell, welcome. Just state your name for the record and where you're from.
Sure. I'm Russell Johnston. I'm the Senior Associate Commissioner at the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education.
The mic, can you
Bring the
turn
mic
up?
up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, just make sure that's on. So for our listening audience at home.
Okay.
Yeah.
Russell Johnston, Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, Senior Associate Commissioner.
Okay, so Russell, let's just touch on one point. When did your superior, Mr. Chester, begin as the receiver? What was that date, if you recall?
April 28th.
April 28th, okay. So, and then, all right, anybody have any other questions besides that? Now, Mr. Paez, was he ever named the receiver of anything?
No, Mr. Paez has retained his duties as superintendent overseeing day-to-day operations of the district.
Okay.
Per the request of the commissioner.
Okay, great. Any other questions for Council Lisi?
So I think that the question that was floating around here is if the receivership status of the schools is related to the layoffs, or if that's something that happens because of this 10-month contract that we sign up with on September 1.
Okay. So we kind of touched at this at the budget hearing the other evening, and I think in that dialogue, one of the things that came out was, one, there's this June 15th date. I believe you or other of your colleagues send out letters to people who you have to give them either reasonable assurance or there's some technical language, maybe you want to touch on that. And then if you have a ballpark of the number of people who were told that they may not have a position versus how many come back. But it was kind of, we were previously under the opinion that sort of it's a lot of people, but they all end up coming back. But I believe you had a statistic to the contrary of that, that in fact, a lot of these letters go out, but only a very small minority of these individuals actually end up coming back. So you want to just touch on all that?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you, yeah.
So the receivership did not, we made sure that the process was followed, that the evaluation steps were maintained, and that the teachers who were notified were those who we had a good sense that the principals had done the work, the evaluators had done the work of evaluating the teachers, but we didn't influence the decisions that were made prior to June 15th. So on June 15th, 74 educators were informed that they were non-renewed, and of those, we had 20 who had been on waivers, 29 who were appointed for one-year positions. So those anybody on a waiver or on a one-year position is time limited to begin with. So we would know even before June 15th that there would have been 49 teachers who already would have received these non-renewal notices. The remaining were non-renewed for budgetary or performance reasons, or if a position was no longer needed. So you can see how the numbers sort of spread out across those who received the notification. Of those who were certified and for whom there might be a position next year, they can reapply and look for further employment within the Holyoke Public Schools. We've already started that process. 4 notices have gone out to rehire people for next year, and that process will continue on through the summer. So we have a strong commitment across the school department to make sure that anybody who we can recall as soon as possible so they don't start to collect unemployment, that occurs, but there is a process. Positions have to be posted. There's a minimum posting time, so it's not immediate. We have to fulfill the requirement that's in the collective bargaining agreement for how long positions have to be posted for. So between June 15th and now, we wouldn't expect there to be a tremendous number of recall, but there will, or repositioning people, but there will be as the coming days unfold, the coming weeks unfold.
There will be some. Okay, very good. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. I apologize. I was off by 4. It's 74, not 78. And I think you said pretty much what I did say as far as who and what and why the layoff notices were sent. What you did not address, though, was the language about unemployment, filing for unemployment, and my question, which has always been, long before this year, why any teacher would be allowed to collect unemployment on July 1 as opposed to September 1.
Sure.
And the unemployment insurance eventually becomes part of net school spending, so it does come out of the education budget, which we're trying to protect.
Right, correct. So it is a statutory requirement that those who receive the notification are entitled to unemployment, and it's something that none of us have control over. And just a quick point of clarification is it was 78. I was speaking of the teachers who did not have professional teacher status. The total number, including those with professional teacher status, was 78. So
Okay. So my only mistake is that and I said it wrong, was that the receivership was April, but the appointed receiver is July 1, I think is what I was trying to say.
Correct,
I
July
did
6th.
say that wrong.
Yes.
We've gone that route before in discussion about the statutory. We've also been told it's contractual. And I get why teachers should be notified, but none of that answers why they should be collecting money for July and August that they would normally not be paid for those months.
Sure. And, the last time we were here, we did look at the data on how many teachers had been recalled, how many of the teachers, of those who were non-renewed last year, actually collected and then returned. And the number, I believe, was surprisingly small. I don't have those. 25% were those who actually were subsequently returned to their positions during the school year, or to return to a position during
But
the school year.
we had a higher number because there's two ways to look at it. It's one, that they return to a position in Hoyoke, but there's also a teacher who is given a layoff, a notice of not having a job, and possibly not having a job in September, who collects July and August, finds a job in another system. It's the same thing. We pay them for July and August, where their contract expired at the end of June.
Right, right. I
So-
hear your point, and I simply don't have a solution tonight to offer for you on
Could
this.
you work with us on it?
We are glad to.
Okay, that's all I'm
Yes.
asking. All right.
Sure.
And could you see that guy sitting next to you, who I frustrate a lot? Work with Bellamy?
We already are.
Thank you.
I just wanted to reiterate the point that the 74 non-renewals, 78 non-renewals that took place were not due to the the receiver coming in and taking over the schools. That was a decision that was made in advance of the receiver coming in.
Counselor Graney?
The bottom line is that they're technically unemployed as of June 30th, isn't that correct?
Correct.
So they're eligible for unemployment compensation.
Counselor Soto?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Commissioner. Just a quick question. Have you heard anything yet on the budget, from the House on your budget? Have you any numbers for us yet, or?
No, so the governor has asked to extend the current budget for another month to give to bring resolution to the state budget for this upcoming fiscal year. So the fiscal year, the budget for next fiscal year is not resolved at this time. But there's a 1-month extension that's been requested. I'm not sure it's been actually approved.
So you're basing the numbers on the level funding then? Is that where you're?
Right, in terms of the state budget, we
Right.
have no further indication yet of how the state budget will land.
And you'll let us know as soon as you guys hear?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay.
Senate Ways and Means budget as far as we have it.
On the motion.
Oh, I got one more counselor, Counselor Tallman.
No question, I think, but I want to thank Bellamy and Mr. Johnson, and I echo Councilor McGivern. I know he's been working for this for a number of years, probably 20 years or more, with the schools and the unemployment, and I think it's something that's got to be really looked at. And as you stated, I know, talking about statutory requirements and collective bargaining, there are certain rights that people have, but there seems to be a way that maybe we can look at this in the future so this doesn't have to happen. And anything you can do to work with our officials here and the auditor, I think would be really beneficial to the community.
Understood.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. Any other thoughts? All in favor of passing the first reading?
Aye.
Opposed? So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded to pass the second reading. Any discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is in favor of adoption of both 10 and 11 on the agenda. A no vote is to deny both.
Valentin,
Yes.
Alexander.
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Bresnahan. Yes. Chatnough,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez.
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee. McGivern,
Yes.
Soto. Tommen,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous.
By your unanimous vote, you've approved both transfer requests, which now brings us to item number 12 on our agenda, which is a report from the Committee on Finance, to whom was referred a financial transfer request of $20,000 from general fund free cash to special counsel line. Have considered the same and recommend that the transfer be adopted. Councilors McGee, Leahy, Tallman, Bacon, and Jordan.
Receive, adopt, pass first reading.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to receive the committee report and to pass its first reading. Under discussion, Councilor McGee.
Yes, this was a continuation once again from the last meeting, which Kara came in and provided us a detailed account as to why this money is needed. Their special counsel account is down to $15,000. In the way billables work or billings come in from the attorney's office, they're always a month behind. So she's forecasting that when the June and July bills come in, she'll need these type of funds, especially with regards to one of the cases that a lot of discovery was done on, of which those costs are now coming due, which would be appeals, depositions, so on and so forth. Once again, she gave us a breakdown of all the costs, which firms are receiving what, and what they're billing at. So she answered the committee's questions on that stuff.
Okay. Any other discussion? Councilor Leahy.
Yeah, I'm going to be voting against this tonight for simple reason is I'm just doing some of the math here. You know, some of the bills are $12,500 for a month. You know, you break that down to, 20 billable days in a month, 8 hours a day. You know, if you work 8 hours a day, you have an hour for lunch, you have 15 minutes for a break here and there. And, that comes to, $625 per day that they're billing. It just doesn't seem realistic to me. It just seems like, it just doesn't seem realistic. So for that case, and I did this for, a bunch of them. It's just $654 a day. That's $81 per hour. Then you have $71 an hour. Then you have November. Are these people, taking Thanksgiving off? Or are they working? It doesn't seem like they're billing. It seems like they're billing for the whole month. So for that case, I'm voting against it.
Councilor Soto?
Thank you, Mr. President. I too echo Councilor Leahy's concerns. Again, we continue to have these bills keep coming, recurring, and there's 4 or 5 staff up there, of bright individuals. I mean, and we continue to pay out and pay out and pay out and pay out. Again, this is why I suggest that we do a lot of cuts in that department. I will be voting against this, and I would encourage others to vote against it too. Thank you.
Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be voting in favor of the transfer for several reasons. The cases, the few remaining cases that are with outside counsel are of significant consequences to the city and somewhat complicated cases. For example, the Geriatric Authority Workman Compensation case, the Suffolk Street parking garage, which could be a nightmare if we don't get that correctly resolved in terms of the end product and what happened with the concrete. We know that the Williams case is old and that the firm that's been doing that's been doing it for a long time. To switch stream now would not make any sense. I think the councilors that are speaking against are making good points. However, I believe Attorney Cunha, as our acting city solicitor, is on top of the billing process, and I trust her diligence in terms of making sure that bills are accurately sent in from outside counsel. I've never understood lawyers, but I do know that when it says $81 per hour, there could be 2 or 3 different employees during that hour working on the case at the law firm. The billable is not for one person, but for the firm, who could have any number of individuals assigned to the particular case. But more important, I trust Attorney Cunha in that for this time would certainly vote in favor of this to allow them to continue these very important litigation cases.
Councilor Graney.
I will be voting in favor of this transfer because oftentimes many of these council hirees that have taken place are of a sensitive nature, and you need lawyers that work in that particular field or that area with their expertise to handle them. So I too trust Attorney Cunha, and I think I'm going to vote in favor of this.
Councilor Leahy.
Yeah, I don't think the fact that I don't trust her, that was just mentioned. I do trust her. In fact, I think it's unfortunate she's not the city solicitor. In fact, I would vote for her right now to be the city solicitor, and she's not the acting city solicitor. She's a city solicitor in that department. We don't have a city solicitor. That department has gone without a city solicitor for some time. It's unfortunate, but it has. I think burdening her with an added burden, and having her going over all of these incoming bills is just an extra hassle for her. However, having said that, she's doing it, and she's doing a good job. But this one particular bill that I'm looking at doesn't have a law firm. It doesn't have added people. What it has is different hourly rates each time I do the math. So for that case, and many other cases, I will be voting against it.
Anybody else? Counselor Tallman?
Yeah, Attorney Kuna has come in several times to the Finance Committee and explained anything we need to know about these cases, and even gave us spreadsheets on the cost and the billables, and a lot of this comes in afterwards. The bills for May might be coming at the end of June, and this money is needed to keep these cases going. And I know, as Councilor Jordan stated, it's a high cost of litigation and discovery, and it just takes time, and maybe someday it'll be changed. Won't cost as much money, and it's taxpayer dollars. But I believe that this money is needed, and the information that she has given us over the past couple of months is warrants for this transfer. So I am definitely in favor of this transfer into a department tonight.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay. All in favor of passing the first reading?
Aye.
Opposed?
Second.
Moved. Okay, motion's been made and seconded to pass the second reading. Any discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is in favor of the transfer of $20,000. A no vote is to deny it.
Valentin,
Yes.
Alexander.
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Bresnahan.
Yes.
Chatnoff,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Leahy,
No.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee. McGivern,
Yes.
Soto. Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
13 yeas and 2 nays.
By your vote, you've approved the transfer request. Next up is item number 13 on our agenda, which is an order introduced by Councilor Jordan, ordered that the City Council approve the use of $128,974 from Fund 0430 to purchase 3 new police cars, Ford Interceptor utility vehicles.
Make a motion to receive, adopt,
Second.
pass.
First reading?
Yeah, pass the first reading on that.
Okay. Okay, motion's been made and seconded to receive this and to pass the first reading. Under discussion, I would recommend that the auditor address, this was raised to bring to us at a prior meeting, if we will recall. There was some question as to whether or not city council approval was needed to expend funds from this account. And it was my understanding that it was. I believe that was some other people's understandings. It was reviewed, and just to be absolutely certain, this came in as a request.
Motion to suspend, allow the auditor to address.
Yep.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to receive, allow the city auditor to suspend the rules to allow the city auditor to address the city council. All in favor of that?
Aye.
Opposed, so moved. Bellamy, the only thing I'm going to ask you about, though, is a little bit of the form of the thing. Do we have anything about, generally transfers come signed by the mayor, and all I have is the order that was filed in my name to do this, and I'm assuming the mayor's in favor of this.
There was can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. The original order included a letter from the chief to the mayor and the approval of the mayor's signature, but I believe it got lost somewhere, so we reconstructed the letter and order. I don't know where the paperwork stands, but the original submission to the council included a letter from the mayor and the chief with both signatures on it.
All right. Okay. Any question, Councilor Bartley?
Bellamy? Yep. Yes, would you just remind me and the public about Fund 0430, please?
It's a fund that receives the proceeds from sale of real estate that the city owns. And I believe it's Mass General Law, Chapter, I can't remember the numbers. But we can put money into that account and we can spend it for any purpose that we would ordinarily bond for.
And the balance of that account after, if this transfer goes through?
Is, after this goes through, will be $1.
Okay. And really what you're saying is that, and what the chief is implying, that there's a demand for these vehicles, and that by doing this, the city has the money, but the city does not have to bond for this expense.
Right. You will recall that earlier this year, the chief tried to get free cash to buy vehicles, and that was not approved.
Every year he tries to get free cash for the vehicles. That's a running theme.
Yeah, so this is another way to solve the problem without dipping into free cash.
And lastly, do we anticipate for this is going to be the way to go for the coming years? Because the chief will come back next year.
For next year, I believe the mayor is putting police cars into the capital budget, which hasn't been approved yet, hasn't been discussed, but that will be discussed at some point.
Oh, okay, so that'll be a change. So there won't be a request for free cash for police cruisers.
If
you're telling us right now.
Be a request for free cash to fund the capital budget.
That is correct.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll look forward to that
We'll see
possibility.
how that happens.
Capital budgets don't have any
Yeah.
funding that go with them.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'll look forward to that.
Those are, artwork until they actually have money that goes with them. Just procedurally, I would like to ask that somebody make a motion to pass the first reading on this.
Motion to suspend the rules to pass the first reading because we're not going into the Finance Committee.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded to suspend the rules to pass the first reading on this item. All in favor of that?
Aye.
Opposed, so moved. Motion to pass.
Second reading.
Second reading. Okay. Under discussion, continuing, Counselor Alexander.
Thanks. Bellamy. Just a quick question. So this fund, is this where the sale of all real estate owned by the city, all of that revenue goes into this fund? Or just selected properties? And if so, do you know anything about the criteria by which certain monies go into this fund?
I think it's any real estate that is sold.
So no real estate
perhaps
sales go into the general fund, they all go into
No, what
this
sales?
specialized fund? Real estate sales.
Yes, that's my understanding. That is
So
correct.
that'll be true for Lynch, for instance, when that eventually goes through, if and when that goes through?
Yes. Yes, because we own Lynch. It's a city property. Yeah, that is correct.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Counselor Graney?
Yeah, Bellamy, don't go yet.
You should just stay there for a little bit.
Stay here. Okay.
Just a quick question on this fund. If any of these funds are unencumbered at the end of the fiscal year, do they carry over or do they have to be
Yes.
spent?
Yes,
They
it
do
carries
carry
over. Yes, fund has had money in it, off and on for. I can trace it back as far as 2004, but I can't go further than that. But yes,
Okay.
And money comes in and money goes out, and money comes in and money goes out.
And the council has privy to that information?
Yeah.
Okay.
Counselor Soto?
Thank you. I'm in support of providing these vehicles to our hard men and women from the Holyoke Police Department. I just hope that that the chief does not give another vehicle away, especially a beautiful vehicle and that was suited, unmarked, and then given away. Everything was removed out of it, and now it sits in the back lot here. So I hope that doesn't happen again. But I'm voting in favor of this.
Okay. Any other discussion? Counselor McGivern?
I think as we know, I'm voting in favor of this, but as we know, cruisers run 24/7. Most of the fleet runs 24/7. The miles that they put on are far more encumbersome than what the miles that you would put on your own typical vehicle or even another department's vehicle. The course of one day, 3 different patrol officers could be driving the same cruiser during their shift and accordingly. The normal, cruisers going through probably a routine type cruise across the city, but the minute there's a chase, the minute there's a response to an emergency, the minute there's something going on, that cruiser puts on a lot more wear and tear. We learned over the years that if you don't purchase 2 or 3 cruisers every year, eventually you're faced with a fleet that just dies on you, and you have to buy anywhere between 7 to 10. Those costs are astronomical because it's not just the cost of the car, but you have to refit the cruiser with all things. There's new statutes, new technologies that cruisers have to be refitted with on top of just the lights and the sirens and the things that we're used to. But they're put to good use, but their life expectancy is nowhere near as long as a normal car, and I think we just have to be mindful of that.
Okay, great. Anybody else? Councilor Tomlin?
Just real briefly, very much in support of the new police cars here. It's very much needed in the city. I've talked to some officers, and a lot of these cars are very old, got a lot of miles on them, and it is definitely needed for the safety and well-being of our community.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, very good. So, motion is now on adoption of the second reading. Clerk is going to call the roll. A yes vote is in favor of this transfer from Fund 0430 to purchase these 3 new police cars for the police department in the amount of $128,974. A yes vote is to adopt. A no vote is to deny. The clerk will call the roll, please.
Valentin.
Yes.
Alexander.
Yes.
Bartley.
Yes.
Bresnahan.
Yes.
Chatnoff.
Yes.
Graney.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Leahy.
Yes.
LeBron Martinez.
Yes.
Lisi.
Yes.
McGee. McGivern.
Yes.
Soto. Tomlin.
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous.
By your vote, you've approved the transfer for those 3 police cars. Next up is item number 14 on our agenda. This is an order introduced by Councilor Jordan, ordered that the City Council vote to approve an exemption from Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 268A, Section 20B, the Conflict of Interest Law for Cynthia Carbone, an employee at the school department, to enter into a contract with the Board of Health to present at a community workshop called Communication in Families to Keep Kids Healthy, sponsored by the Board of Health. And I do see Brian Fitzgerald, our very able Board of Health Director, is with us.
Suspend the necessary rules.
Suspend.
allow him to
Motion to
speak.
suspend the rules to allow Brian to address us on this issue. All in favor of that?
Aye.
Opposed, so moved. Is there a motion first to adopt this?
Motion to
Motion.
adopt.
Okay,
Second.
motion's been made and second to adopt. Under discussion, Brian, you want to just touch on Cynthia's situation?
Yeah, she was hired at this event because she was the best person to be there. The staff didn't know that we're not supposed to hire city employees and pay them a second check. It was a mistake on our part, so I'm to blame.
Okay. Let me ask you this. What type of duties is she going, more focus on the time, like she's at school? Is this something over the summer when she's not going to be teaching?
She wasn't teaching, it was a teen pregnancy event, and they
Okay.
brought parents in, trying to educate them.
Is this like going on an ongoing basis?
They do a lot of things.
Okay, how much is she going to be paid in this
think it was-
ballpark to do
I think
these?
it was it $400 or
$400.
It was one or the other.
Okay, that she's going to be paid to do these trainings or seminars or?
That one, I don't know if she's gonna, well, she's one of the most qualified people to help, and she's in the school department. We're really pushing to get the teen pregnancy in there, because that's where a lot of the problem is.
Yeah. She was paid $400 to do one workshop?
I don't know if, it could have been 2, I'm not sure. It was 250.
$250, how many workshops?
One.
One. How many hours?
Probably, I don't know, 4, 6, I don't know.
4 or 6 hours? Okay. All right. So there you have, counselors. You have the details for Ms. Carbone. Any questions? Counselor LeBron Martinez.
Was it actually like an honorarium like, or is it it's a consultant fee type?
Yes.
Okay. Counselor McGivern.
Mr. President, I'd be voting in favor of this. We're not asking to to vote on the appropriation of what an individual was paid. We're asking that the decision was made to pay this individual, who happens to be already employed by the city. So all we're doing is confirming that Ms. Gabron can take a second check even though she's working for the city on another basis. The actual contract, the grant, wherever the money came from, is the responsibility of the people who received the grant. The question tonight is just, can she have 2 checks? The job's been done. It sounds like it was done well. I would certainly vote in favor of this.
I think you would agree, though, the quantity of the second check and the time consuming to determine the conflict between the 2 jobs is certainly a material question. I think that's what I'm plumbing into.
If I was a manager within the school department, I would be concerned about that.
Yeah, so. And we're here to prevent conflicts. That's one of the things. That's why we have to have a vote on this, so that we don't have, if you're supposed to be in the schools from such and such and such and such a time, but what you're telling.
It was after the school
Yeah,
hours.
it's not a conflict with her regular duties, is the point I'm trying to get at. Right. Okay, great. Any other questions? Hearing none, clerk will call a roll. A yes vote is in favor of adopting the order and granting the exemption for Cynthia Carbone. A no vote is to deny.
Valentin,
Yes.
Alexander,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Bresnahan. Yes. Chatnough,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez.
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee. McGivern,
Yes.
Soto,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous.
By unanimous vote, you've approved the exemption for Cynthia Carbone. Best of luck. Good to see you, Brian.
Thank you.
All right.
Motion
So
to
that
take up
now-
item number
that-
1.
This brings us to the main event of the evening. All in favor of going to item 1?
Aye.
Opposed, so moved. Just before we start that, I did want to make one brief announcement, and that is to remind counselors that June 29th was the day selected, based on listening to what was most convenient to everybody's schedule, 6 to 9:30 for the inclusive leadership training that'll be occurring right here in this room on June 29th, 6 to 9:30. So I just wanted to remind you of that, and I hope everybody that can come will come. Okay, without
Mr.
further.
President?
Yes, Councilor Leahy.
Yeah, I followed an order, and I think the majority of you guys filed on to it, and I think that you had requested it to be on tonight's agenda, which I didn't see, but it's the order to give a proclamation to the high school children who won, they're adults, won the Holyoke at Schools Match Wits, and they beat, and I'm so happy that they did, they beat Long Meadow, and won the 4 different after-hour rounds, and it was very emotional and draining, but at some point, I'd like to bring these young adults in and give them proclamations to the well-deserved.
Game plan is August 4th, Jim.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Thank you. And we definitely wanted to be able to have time to make up these proclamations
Sure.
and really roll out the red carpet, because it's awesome. It's
54 years.
Are you kidding me? That's
Yeah.
just awesome. So.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely. It's not quite the curse of the Bambino, but we're glad that this happened. Councilor Graney. Oh, I know. Just makes it that much sweeter. Okay, Councilor McGivern.
Mr. President, I would suggest that we keep a 3-hour time limit in mind for the budget discussion this evening, and if we can't finish it in 3 hours, that we start talking about another evening.
2 hours.
Second.
Yeah,
Make it
so-
2.
so, yeah.
Make it 2.
Let's try and keep it to 3 hours. How's that? We'll revisit that at the time, that hopefully it comes up, yeah, ideally.
It's going to go quick.
It depends how much people want to debate into each one of these. I think people be respectful of those points, right?
Right.
We have a long budget to get through. Try and be as succinct in your remarks as you can. Having said that, I will ask that someone make a motion to allow the president to
Make the motion,
speak
allow
on
the
this,
president to speak.
to speak on this and
Second.
file motions.
But a very strict time limit.
All in favor?
2 minutes.
Opposed?
2 minutes.
3 hours just for me. What are the rest of you going to do? No, and then, so, thank you for that. And then secondly is, I'd like to make this as systematic as possible, that we go page by page, so we're not hopping all over the place to the extent that we can, starting with page 1 and just kind of moving through. Just 1 minute, Joe. And then, in that regard, that, please state the item description, the object code, and how much you're seeking to reduce it by, and then we have to take a second, then we'll have a discussion. That's really for the benefit of the clerk, and try and be, so that, because she has to write down every single one of these, and she has to record a roll call vote Whether it passes or not is immaterial. She has to record a roll call vote on that particular item. So we have to take all of these by roll call. And so, having said that, I want to first recognize Counselor McGivern. Just going through the ground rules.
Real quick, Mr. President, I agree with the approach. Would it be possible to, if they're here for the school portion of the budget only, our friends from the school department, that we would take that up first?
Second.
Second.
Yeah, that sounds, okay. So if we don't need to have a motion on that, but we can just make that as a ground rule, that we'll start with the school department budget as a courtesy to them. And let me refresh my memory. That's on page 27 for everybody. So we'll start on page 27, and then we will go back to page 1. Counselor Soto.
Just for a little housekeeping too, I think in fairness, our acting city solicitor right now, Myrna, this is her first time doing this, so I would ask that, that there be patience. Is Ryan also taking minutes while he's down there, or how's that?
I have no idea what Ryan is doing other than hopefully dutifully managing the camera.
Ryan, I would suggest you take minutes while you're down there too.
Yeah, and Mr. President, I would just say, she's now working on her third name, so it's Irma, and so I think we can figure it out from here, so.
Irma with an I.
Irma, yeah. Got
Councilor
3 names
Lisi.
so far.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask the president to refresh everyone's mind about how amendments work during the budget process. We could take
Yes.
up to 3 amendments, and we vote on the last amendment first and work our way backwards.
Right. There'll be a main motion and then up to 2, actually, amendments after that. So 3 total. You're right. Generally speaking, I will also remind folks, generally under the Roberts Rules of Order, it'll say that if somebody asks for a greater cut, we will start with the greatest cut first, okay, and then work our way back to the lower cuts. That is the way they describe that on financial issues. Okay, Councilor Lisi.
And just one more point of housekeeping. I think that when we have multiple positions wrapped up into a particular line item, we should always double check the amount that we're cutting with legal and/or Bellamy as our auditor to make sure that we're cutting the right amount for a particular position and not dipping into other people's salaries.
Yeah, that's a good point. And so you're going to see that in examples this evening where you're going to have people where it's not necessarily you see 2 people in a position. Some, it might be just right down the middle, but others, it may not be the case. It may be some portion that there's a senior person in that position who's been here many years, and then a junior person. For example, you have some departments where the mayor has requested to add new positions to certain lines. Well, those people don't get the same amount, so we just need to be mindful of that. So if that means you have to be a little bit more cautious in your reduction, just do that so that there is sufficient funding for the other person for the whole year, if that's your intention. All right. Anything else by way of ground rules? Okay, hearing none. One other ground rule is because this might be very time-consuming, the president is going to sit during this. And I'm going to do my best to conduct that. And if anybody over on this side of the room, just raise your hands real high if you want to speak. And we'll start with page 27.
27?
27, which is the school department.
Mr. President?
Yes,
Just
Councilor McGee.
One point of order, because I passed it out after we made copies. You asked for the net school spending sheet to be given to everyone?
Yes.
And you were going to...
Why don't we talk about that for a
explain
minute?
that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Back to the roster. Christine Regan, whose title eludes me at the moment, is Chief Financial Budget Director, for lack of another term. In her capacity in that, she has a large say as terms of preparing the budget for the Holyoke School Department. At the school department budget hearing, which was a very good hearing, there was an FY 2016 budget summary, which was distributed at that budget hearing on June 8th. I've asked for this document to be left on every single one of your desks, and you should have a copy of it. It looks like this. Hopefully this is familiar to you on your desk. This will be a helpful tool for you because one of the things I just want to briefly walk through this document, and we can see them if we have additional questions. But we're required to provide a city's minimum required contribution to the school department. Currently, according to them, they have proposed that at $10,055,521. So this is reading right down the FY16 column. The Chapter 70 monies are $70,541,434. So the net school spending revenue, all of that has to be given to the school department, which is $80,596,955. Now, what we're not required to give is things called non-net school spending revenue. This is alluded in a number of line items. These were articulated to me to be optional things that the city does give to the schools, has given to the schools for some years, but are not required to be given to them. Some of these things articulated are transportation, crossing guards, Medicaid claims processing, rent for the HALO program, the administrative office rent, charter school tuition reimbursement, and then there's a miscellaneous reduction to that request. That totals about $8.4 million. That's additional above the $10 million that we're required to give to them. Now, to count towards the $80.5 million plus the $8.4 that we have in optional spending creates a total general fund revenue for the school department of $89 million if we approve this as is. Now, we get credits towards that for various other things that the city gets that are called chargebacks, which you'll see at the bottom of this page. Some of them being certain administrative expenses. This has been a percentage of like what the treasurer's workload, the auditor, the parks department, different things, operations and maintenance. There's certain allocations that they have given for us that are credits towards the total amount that's required. And some of these are things like you heard about earlier this evening, unemployment, city retirement, insurances, all these different things. There's a total of $24.9 million in these credits towards it. So the net of what we're required to give plus the optional amount minus the $24.9 million that are credits towards the amount that we owe them, we have to give them a check for $64,130,544. That's the number you see on page 27 of your budget book. So to reduce that number, the only thing you can touch is these optional lines. That would be the only thing that we can touch. We cannot, but we are required to make sure they get at least $80.596 million. Councilor Alexander.
Just a quick question. So we need to write a check for $64,130, but we're getting a check from the state for Chapter 70 for $70,541?
Well, the state gives it to us and then we give it to them.
The state gives it to us for the purpose of giving it to them. We don't have a choice in that matter, right?
Right. They give us the $70,540,000. We add $10 million of our own and send it over.
So, but the net is 64. So does that mean the state is essentially paying us $6.5 million
No.
to operate the schools?
No. Because,
Why not?
all right, well, let me explain. $70 million is what the schools, we get from the state, Chapter 70. So we're on the same page there, right? So now, but the total revenue that they're expecting based on the $64 million is $89 million. So we're writing a check of $10 million cash plus another $8.4 million of cash of optional things. The $10 million is required. We have to give that. There's a state formula for that. The other 8.4 is things that are optional to us, but we have been giving them. Now, we get to retain, instead of just writing them a check for the whole amount, we keep 24 million of it for these other miscellaneous things that we get credit for towards the 89 million.
Right.
And such as these insurances and these other things.
Okay. So 70 comes and goes according to the state. That's not our money, basically, right? We've got 10 and 8 that is city money that ends up going to the school department.
Right.
We've got 24 that we take back from the total pool going to the school department.
Right.
So we're giving them 18, we're getting 24. Essentially, we're taking 6 back to the city net, which is coming from the state.
I wouldn't agree with that because of the fact that it's still, we're just paying it to somebody other than them, but it's on their behalf. It's a debt that's encumbered that we pay. We're just.
Now I see
instead
your
of-
point, thank you.
Yeah, you're just paying it to a different person.
Yep.
But you're
Gotcha.
paying it out. Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. So in the end, it's 18 million and 18.5 million is what we pay us at the moment. 10 required, 18.5 is what's in the proposal.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Councilor LeBron
I
Martinez.
apologize. I probably should have been here for this discussion when they were presenting, but have we made any improvement when it comes to the Medicaid claims processing, bringing back more of that money that we may be helping them offset that? Are we giving, that's part of the money when I'm looking at this piece of the options to give the schools in the Medicaid claims? This is when they build on.
That was asked at that hearing, and at that time, yes, I want to say the number is roughly about 1.4 million-ish that is collected, that they collect about, I'm going to say, this was Counselor Joyce who really did a lot of leadership on this, say 10 or 15 years ago now. This was his baby, that he really pushed this whole Medicaid, you can send people, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
The understanding and the agreement informally between the city and the school department was the city will collect the 1.4 million. That goes into the general fund. But what we did agree is we're going to pay for the administrative expenses for them to administer that program. And so that's where the genesis of that $140,000 in addition to net school spending is. So we're actually, the net of that is gaining the general fund some money.
Okay.
Yeah. Counselor Valentin.
Thank you. So I'm just kind of looking at this list of the non-net school spending revenue, which is the 8.4 million that we're talking about.
Yep.
And for those watching at home that don't have this in front of them, I mean, basically the light items are transportation, transportation, then crossing guards, Medicaid claims processing, which is what Councilor LeBron Martinez was talking about, Halo rent, administrative office rent, and then charter school tuition reimbursement. So, I mean, I wasn't at the hearing, but in reality, looking at this 8.4, is there a specific area that we can kind of cut into here that's realistic, or, you know what I mean? I'm just trying to figure out, are we?
I would argue you can cut all of it if you wanted to theoretically. They would just have to use other dollars to shift around and to do those things. We're only required to give them our minimum net school spending amount. That's the bottom line. That $10 million is all we're legally required to give.
And I have two follow-up questions. One is transportation is something that we've been talking about forever in terms of, I remember the conversations here with the homeless hotels, and, I remember all of that in terms of the Chapter 70 formula. There's a number under charter school tuition reimbursement here that says 1.9 million pretty much for 2016. For 2015, it was 2.3. But then when you go under expense, under the city chargebacks, it says that the charter school tuition expense is 11.2 million. Can you explain kind of what the difference is between these two lines? Because they're both named charter school tuition reimbursement. I'm sorry. They're both under charter school tuition.
Sure.
But the reimbursement one says 1.9 million, and then the expense one, I'm looking at,
11.2.
is 11.2, correct?
Yeah. 1.996 represents what the state, as I understand it, is giving us, correct? For the reimbursement still. There's like when you have charter schools come in your town, there's a weaning off, but they give supplemental aid as if you still had the students in your schools. And there's this formula, and so we're receiving this $2 million. And we are electing to give that all, pass it through by this to them, not keep it for the general fund, but it goes to the general fund. The 11.2 million is money that the charter schools are entitled to receive because they have all these students, whether it's Paulo Freire or the community charter school. And so those dollars are by formula that we have to pay, the school department has to pay. We pay it, and we take it as a credit against the money that is owed to them out of the 80 million. So this is revenue to us, the 2 million, to answer your question, pass through, give it to them. Don't have to, but we do. And then the other is 11.2, which is, this is what the charter schools are entitled to. So normally we would pay it to them, but instead we cut it as a check to the charter schools, and we get it as a credit.
So if we were to eliminate the 8.4 million in its entirety or any part thereof, because you're saying, we could do that. You said they would, look at other pools of money. Is there an idea of what these other pools of money are? Is there a realistic
I'm
approach?
sure they're counting on every single dollar to be received, and they're, I'm sure they're budgeting based on they're getting every nickel of that. But the question is legal obligation to pay it. That's a whole nother number. Chris Regan wants to raise her hand, and I believe we have suspended the rules, did we not, to allow the school department to address this, on this issue? Okay, Chris, come on up.
The, a point on the transportation is that you are required to fund a certain portion of that. You are required to pay for the special education transportation that is required by IEPs or individual education plans.
How much is that, Chris?
I want to say it's, I hate to quote figures when I don't really have it with me, but it's the majority. I'd say it may be 5 million.
It is 5.5.
Okay. Then that should have been articulated a little differently than in
And then the other piece,
So of all the school transportation,
the thing is, the wording here is net school spending and non-net school spending.
Right.
The non-net school spending is only classified that way because the state doesn't require it of everybody, like a certain amount. The formula on the Chapter 70 formula, it's very specific about, how many of pre-K students you have, how many elementary school students you have, how many ELL students.
yeah, it's a formula.
It's a formula. They don't include transportation in that formula, and it's not considered a net school spending item. When I answered your question, and I had sent you an email trying to explain this after the fact, my head was in net school spending when I was answering the question, and in reality, there are legal requirements on transportation. One is the SPED, and the other is...
So what amount of the 5.8 is the city, now you're required to fund this, or the city's required to fund it?
Well, we have no funding besides, what the net school spending money
Can you
cannot
use
be
chapters-
spent on transportation.
Can you use the city's minimum nets
No.
school spending money or the Chapter 70 money for transportation?
No. What the state is telling us when they set the net school spending requirement is that money, that's the minimum money that the state is saying the city has to spend on net school spending items. It's not, doesn't include any of those things that are called non-net school spending. Those are not in the formula, and we do not get funding for those. So the only way we can pay for those is from either if we could possibly get grants for any of it or some kind of donation, but typically it would have to come from the city.
Assuming we did it, though. Now, the transportation, you're saying, is 5.5 of that is required to give to you by law,
I'd
in
have to-
addition to...
I think that's a high
Because I was very
number.
clear about my questions at the budget hearing.
And I was very confused, so that's why I wrote you an email.
So that's why we're having this.
That's
So-
why I wrote you that
So
email.
let's maybe Russell or somebody wants to tackle this. In addition, my understanding is we're required to give the schools $80.596 million. Any other number bigger than that are we required to give?
Again, the only amount that is listed here that you are required to spend is transportation for up to elementary school students that live a
Okay.
certain, there's, guidelines, certain mileage requirements.
Okay. So the 5.8, you're trying to say most of that, if not all of that, is required? In addition
I'd say
to...
most of it is required. We do spend, I think, about $350,000 on PVTA for high school students.
All right.
And there are middle school students who do take buses, and I don't have that broken down.
Okay, so now let's take transportation, because I think I've got your point on that. Any of these, let's just, so you can revise your remarks now. Crossing guards, Medicaid claims, Halo rent, office rent for the administrative offices, the $2 million for charter reimbursement, are those legally required? Are those optional of the city?
Yeah, I don't think there's a, whoa, I'm sorry.
The mic shut off.
Just shut the mic off.
Okay?
Okay, so crossing guards, no requirement. Medicaid claims processing, that can't be mandatory because that used to never be given to you previously.
Yeah.
That-
I
that's-
mean, that's how we're getting the 1.4
I
million.
understand, but it's not legally required. And the Halo rent,
Halo rent, I mean, if,
that just started a couple years ago. Is that required? Yes or no?
no,
No. And office rent for your 57 Suffolk Street, required, yes or no?
no,
No. And the 2 million for the charter school reimbursement that we receive from the
you're
state?
not required to give that to us.
Okay, so it's just the transportation?
Right.
All right, great. So we're all on, okay, we're on the same page. Counselor Leahy had his hand up first.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple things I wanted to, now that the state has come in and taken over the school system, they have plenty of state offices throughout the community. In fact, I would be willing to bet they have more offices than we have in this. Why wouldn't we cut out the $340,000 for the Taj Mahal and make the state provide office space?
We may be talking about that.
All right.
Counselor Graney?
No,
Oh, I'm sorry, you're not done. I apologize.
And also,
Counselor Leahy?
one of the things that's in the transportation line item, we've had the school department in front of us many times. We have to keep in mind, $500,000, which is almost $500,000, it's about $450,000 is for transportation outside the city, whether it's going to the Berkshires or Springfield for the homeless children. I know that the homeless children, because of different things that the city is doing or the state's doing, it's a reduction. However, last year or the year before, close to $500,000 is for transportation. I mean, now that the state's over in here, don't you think that they could maybe, stop that rule or make these children go to the Holyoke Public Schools? That's another issue I have. That's it for now. But my big issue is, Suffolk Street. We've been talking about having them get, I think there's only about 60, 65 employees in that huge building. I mean, can't they go into a state facility? Thank you.
Counselor Graney?
Council Leahy kind of stole my thunder here.
Oh, just make sure
Turn your mic on.
is your button on? How we,
Now it is.
okay, thank you.
The administrative office rent has been in my crosshairs for at least 10 years. I've been arguing that this community should be able to provide office space in a city-owned building for our school department offices. And the first cut, maybe the most unkindest cut of all, is going to be that $340,000, and I'm going to propose that.
Okay, sounds good. Anybody else? Counselor McGivern?
Just a question, if I could. And not that I'm going to propose a cut, but Chris or Commissioner, if you could just tell us the crossing guards. High school students are ages 14 to 19, average across the state, more or less. Do all communities provide crossing guards for a high school?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if every community does that.
I don't get it.
Maybe only communities with high schools on state highways.
We do have some crossing guards at the high school.
About 6 or 7 every day, morning and night.
I mean, I know I know of a couple of crossing guards. I don't watch that too closely, but there are some at the high school, many at the elementaries.
Drive by in the morning or drive by at night, and you don't have to watch it. You'll be stopped by them.
Yeah, I usually
Could you
come through
check
before.
that one or someone?
How do they cross the street on the weekends?
14 and 19, I
Count-
hope they know how to cross the street legally.
Squashed like
Counselor-
squirrels all over the place.
Counselor LeBron Martinez?
I just want to, in the charter tuition reimbursement, is this is reimbursed based on the pupil, isn't there a pupil rate on that for the students' reimbursement?
The reimbursement that comes in for charter school is based on a formula, again, that the state uses, and it's, the main base of that is the increase in total cost from one year to the next. And then there's additional money that comes through on a lower percentage in years following for a while. It's meant to help recover from the loss of those funds.
Okay, anybody else? Oh, Counselor Tomlin?
Yeah, Chris, thanks for coming down. We stated the total net school, or the non-net school spending, I'm looking at this, you talked about the Medicare claims processing. If for some reason we cut out that 140,000, does that mean we don't get the 1.4 million?
It means that we would no longer be able to hire, contract with the company to do that, and it would have to be done in-house again, which would mean we would probably hire some people to do that processing. You know, a few years ago, maybe 4, I'm not sure if that's a good number or not, a decision was made to contract with Lower Pioneer Valley, who does this. That's one of the services that they provide. And that is, they charge currently, I think it's 7% of the income that comes in.
Okay, so if that was, say, let's just say this was taken out and you had somebody else you hired paying a certain amount, you may not be able to get the 1.4 million. You might be getting less.
We
Is that
may
safe to
not.
say that?
I mean, that could be, that's an assumption. And I think that it would be a learning curve again to learn all of the rules and processes that are required to claim properly and to get that income.
Okay, as our president stated, I remember Mr. Joyce did that, and we had somebody coming in. Actually, they did it. They worked so hard, they bring the money in, but they got a percentage. They might have gotten $100 every time they got a claim in or
It was
something.
10%, and
It was quite a bit of money they received for doing that. So
that's why they went to doing this originally in-house, and then they went to this service. But there was a very large commission initially, and there was sticker shock when somebody
right.
started collecting $2 million, and somebody got 10% of that.
Right, it was quite a bit of money. But I'm just saying, it's just something to think about. If you have somebody who's doing it now and they're doing a good job,
Well, right.
doesn't mean you're going to get somebody that's going to collect that same amount of money. So that's just one thing to think about if you're looking at the cuts. So
Sure, absolutely, yep. Anybody else for the, Counselor Bacon?
Thank you. I just have a quick question related to that contract. Do you know how many positions were reduced from people that used to complete that function with the utilization of the contract?
I don't know the answer to that. They were doing it prior to my coming to the district. I do know of a few people who did work on that program, one of whom I know for sure is no longer with the district, but I'm not sure of that number.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Valentin?
Thank you. Just a general question. Is there any type of backup plan, thinking that if you came in here and we voted to eliminate any of this, has there been a conversation about a backup plan? I mean, I'm listening to what Councilor Graney is talking about regarding the lease on Suffolk Street, for that administration office. Has there been conversation of a backup plan in case the city council doesn't come through with a full approval here?
There have been conversations for many years, I know, about trying to find another location for the administrative offices. There is nothing in place. If that were eliminated, there's nothing in place as to where the administrative offices would go.
I think it's also important to keep in mind that the expenses rose by $2.8 million from within the school department budget. So what you're seeing is the revenue side. On our side, we've seen the increase in expenses, and therefore we've had to make some difficult decisions about changes that are being made to the budget for next year in order to absorb a $2.8 million deficit. So compounding that deficit by any vote to reduce the budget tonight would simply make things much more difficult for an already difficult situation.
And the other point is the money that we do get besides this is devoted to net school spending items, so it's not available to pay for these things. We would not, the money that comes from Chapter 70 and the 10 million that is required of the city is specifically required by law to be spent on net school spending items. These items are not net school spending items. We could not spend that money on those items.
But I guess as a follow-up question, I mean, let's say if we decided as a majority to eliminate the $340,000 for the administration office rent, does that mean that we can't use the $340,000 for something else in the budget? Is that what you're saying? I'm confused.
If
we cut it, reduce their overall appropriation by 340, then that money would stay in our general fund, and they would get 340,000 less, and they would The rest of the money, they could dole it out, because they still have other net school spending, non-net money. You know, whatever their number is, they'd have to, you know, stir the pot to make it all work.
Yeah, I'm just
whatever
trying.
we give them.
I'm
yeah.
just trying to understand the statement that you're making. It sounded to me as if you know, if it's not used for this, like it can't be used for something else. That's kind of what it sounded like.
No,
But maybe I'm misunderstanding you.
I thought you were asking how would we come up with the funding, or what would our plan be if that were eliminated from our budget? And what I was trying to say is the Chapter 70 and the $10 million required minimum contribution of the city, that money, which is the net school spending revenue that you see at the top of your sheet, that could not be diverted to help fund a place for us to find offices. It's the opposite direction. If we, the money that is in that non-net school spending money can be used for net school spending items, and it can be used for non-net school spending items. That money is not bound by state law as to how it can be used.
Thank you.
Okay. Counselor Lisi's all set. Counselor Alexander?
Thank you. Just to clarify, at least for myself, Counselor Valentine's question. So if we cut this 340, we're cutting it out of the school budget. The school
We'll get $340,000.
$340,000 stays with the city.
Yes.
And doesn't go to the school. It's
Right.
not like the school can then spend that somewhere else. The city
Right.
can spend that somewhere else,
Right.
maybe,
Right.
down the road.
Yeah, it stays in the general
but,
fund.
But a second question, and this is sort of a procedural point in terms of material in front of us. The actual budget that we have to work with for the school is page 27.
Right.
Here's the pile of money that's budgeted.
Exactly.
If we cut 340 out, we can't say cut this 340 out.
No.
We can just cut 340 out.
We can say
they
that
can
that's-
choose to cut transportation 340 and stay at Suffolk Street. They can choose to cut.
They get to shuffle it wherever they want.
You know, cut whatever. Cut the charter school reimbursement money that we give them.
That's
right. So we can't say get out of Suffolk, at least not through the budget mechanism. We can only say we're not going to fund the full request, including the rent that's needed for Suffolk, and they can choose then how to allocate the remainder. Correct? Do I have that right?
Yeah, but I think there's certainly an,
As opposed to any other budget page
Yeah,
in
we
the
don't have
budget
line item
where we have
authority.
line item control.
Correct.
We have no object code here to work with.
you'd be reducing their overall pot. That You're right. They could redivert the money back
With
into
a,
rent.
with a strong urge that this is what the intent was.
But,
Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Counselor Leahy had his hand up first.
Yeah, thank you. I've been sitting here for quite some time over the years, and we've been urging the school committee to find someplace else. I mean, years ago, it was Councilor Wilhelm who coined the word Taj Mahal, and quite frankly, they're not budging. And the reason I brought this up tonight was of the fact that we do have the state in, we do have a lot of state agencies within the city. So I'll ask you, sir, is there other state agencies we could move the school department?
So the answer on that is that the employees of the school department remain employees of the city of Holyoke. They are not state employees. Dr. Zreich, as the receiver, is contracted with the state, and he's probably the only person who won't retain a contract directly from the city of Holyoke. And so the 65 employees who are in Suffolk Street don't suddenly become state employees, and we would still need to provide some office space for them through the city of Holyoke.
Thank you.
Counselor Graney.
The bottom line in this situation is that the taxpayers out there, and I get phone calls on it all the time, are outraged by the rent that we're paying when we have municipally owned buildings that we can move the school department into. So I'm not trying to reduce any other part of the budget. What I'm trying to do is send a message to the school department, it's time to pick up your stuff and move and find a different quarter.
Right.
And I think they could do that if they looked hard enough, but it seems like they just don't want to do it. And it's been going on for years.
Yes, it has. Anybody else? Counselor McGivern.
Assistant Commissioner Johnson? Thank you. Just enlighten me, because this discussion is not new to us, but this budgetary process with what the new budgetary process for the schools. Our school committee always had the line item control, and we kind of pretty much set what was our obligation. I think Chris did a good job of explaining that. The president did a good job of bringing those numbers to us, and I know last Monday, certainly there was a lot of discussion about it. But the overall picture is, we can vote for anything we want to minus this $10 million, but we can't vote a line item out. We can send a message, but no one has to listen to it. What is the deficit, current deficit in the school budget?
We have balanced the budget, but by doing so, we had to make some difficult decisions about changes to be made, particularly in programming.
Is any of those changes include the layoffs that we talked about earlier?
Yes.
Okay. So if we were to cut additional monies, could that lead to more layoffs?
Absolutely, no question.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Counselor Tomlin?
Yeah, I just want to make a statement, and I don't know, I don't remember ever cutting out of the school department. Maybe we have tried to, and maybe we have over the years. And I've been here a few years. I don't remember doing it, but as the commissioner stated tonight, they're already $2.8 million in the hole, and they got to shuffle. And I understand, and we got to look at everything.
We're 2.8 million in the hole.
We're in the hole too. I know, but I'm just saying it's just something to think about. You know, I didn't realize you cut 340,000 doesn't mean you're cutting change in Suffolk Street either. I mean, they shuffle it around.
That's their choice.
That's their choice, right?
They
But
can
I'm just
take our
saying,
message, but they have that much
if somebody's
less.
saying we want to cut that out because they're going to get out of Suffolk Street, that's not going to happen, I don't think. But it's just something to think about. They did state that they were almost 3 million in the hole, and you know, I know we're in the hole. I know they've had difficult times before, so it's just something that we have to look at a total picture. And it's a good discussion that they come down and sort of explain things, make things a little bit clearer to us, because you know, all these non-net school spending revenues, you know, are things that I don't remember ever cutting, you know, anything like crossing guards or transportation money, because some of the stuff is needed. You know,
Right.
it's really needed. So.
Yeah, well, we'll have that conversation in a minute. It's just a question of, I asked them to come in to do a budget hearing and ask for this very specific line item buckets, because
right.
They're broke, we're broke, and everything's on the table. You know, that's my attitude on the whole thing, is when, you know, you're right. Traditionally, we've never really, we just said, here's a check, have a nice day, because we were loaded with money, and quite frankly, they were loaded with money. They had all kinds of free cash reserves and all kinds of, everything was hunky-dory with everybody. That's changed. Times are changing, so processes are changing, and we're going to have that conversation in a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for them, so we can kind of get going with our budget hearing?
On the motion.
Okay. How would he know unless he, about what?
I was just saying that because you just walked in and you've been in the picture for a while, if maybe there was something that Mr. Hyrie wanted to add, that's all.
I apologize for coming late. I was at another activity, and I actually was contacted, I think, at the point where the question was asked about the crossing guards. And so, just Councilor McGivern, to that question, the high school crossing guards actually support the students from Peck who are coming. As you may know, that whole process of the students coming up from the Churchill neighborhood up to the Peck School is a pretty complicated process for students to be coming up. And so we have the crossing guards not so much for the high school students, but actually near the high school for the students who are coming up from Peck. And then the only other thing is just I wanted to echo Dr. Johnston's comments that there's no question that at this point a significant cut from the city council in the appropriation to the school would result in layoffs of teachers. We just don't have anywhere else to cut. There were very, very difficult choices already made in that regard. We had a tough meeting on Monday night sort of explaining that, but there's no question, these are our children, and a reduction at this point will leave us with no other choice but significant teacher cuts.
Okay. All right, Councilor McGivern, who asked us that all of this be held to 3 hours. Who's speaking for the third or fourth time? Councilor McGivern. And we actually, so what would you like to add, Councilor McGivern?
Well, I just want to say, if I can make you jump for a crossing guard question, where do you hear my other questions? All set, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir.
Second.
Councilor
Motion that we
Graney.
adopt the budget.
Second.
Second.
Councilor Graney.
Yeah,
Motion made and seconded.
intention,
Second.
Counselor Graney, under discussion.
My intention is not to cut teachers. I just want to send a message, and to the school department personnel, if I back off on this situation, I want them to take a good hard look at this expenditure when they have to come back for the budget again next year, this $340,000, because it's been going on far too long. But my intention is not to cut jobs, not to cut anything else. My intention is to get those offices out of Suffolk Street and find different quarters.
Good luck.
Yep. Okay, so the motion is on adoption of the budget. We're now moving to entertain all the various amendments that'll come as a result of that motion. Now, under discussion, we're on page 27. I'm going to relocate over here.
Just as you do that, point of information, can we probably stick to the rule of no speaking each counselor more than 3 times?
Yes, and I will enforce that, unless they have leave of the body. Okay, so we're on page 27, which is the school department budget. Anybody like to make an amendment to item 27, page 27, where the number right now stands at $64,130,544? Any motions? Counselor Graney.
And cut $340,000 from office rent.
Second. Okay, so reduce the total appropriation. There's a motion made by Counselor Graney to reduce the overall appropriation by $340,000. There was a second from Counselor McGee. Under discussion, Counselor McGivern.
Mr. President, I speak against this motion. I will not vote for a motion on any motion this evening that will lay off any people, any of our employees. The school department has already made some very tough decisions in the area of layoffs. We heard the numbers earlier this evening as 78 notices have been sent out. Some of those notices are permanent notices because of the budget deficit. Some of those notices are for other reasons, but regardless, they are taking teachers out of the classrooms. We have all of us campaigned, we have all of us talked as city councilors about the importance of education, whether it's about economic development, whether it's about getting our schools the right education to become part of this city and to become a contributing factor within our business community. We have often said this, we support education. You cannot support education if you don't support teachers. The kids in this school system deserve the best. The school department deserves to be able to provide the best that they can. They have a limited budget. This is a $340,000 cut with a message that I think many of us believe in, but a budgetary cut is not the way to break a lease, which is a lease which I believe still has multiple years left on it with the owners of the building, the O'Connells. There's also the question of how do you move the hardware equipment of the computers out of that building into another building at a cost that is less than somewhere between $1.3 and $2 million. We've examined this. We agree we want to see them out of there, but at the same time, this is not the way to do it, and this will just lead to more layoffs within the school department. I will vote against the motion to cut.
Okay. All right, recognizing myself, since I am allowed to debate, I've been waiting for this moment for quite a while on this particular line item. We've been talking for, God, I don't know, the 20 years I've been here plus about getting out of 57 Suffolk Street. It was a waste 20 years ago. It's even more of a waste today. And it's these kind of wasteful decisions that had a hand in why we're in the condition and why we got a lot of new faces in the room, why we got taken over. Wasteful spending. This is one of the biggest ones. How much is that building worth? It's assessed for $1 million. We've paid $340,000 of rent for years and years and years and years. It's like renting your house. We have an obligation to be financial stewards of the taxpayers' money. Who in their right mind rents their permanent office locations? By this logic, why don't we rent Holyoke High School? Do we plan on moving out of Holyoke High? Why not rent it? Why do we own Holyoke High? Who makes these foolish decisions? I'm here to correct foolish decision-making by people who should know better. And when they don't, I'm here to cut those things. And because we've had the niceties of many years of sitting here while everybody was flush with cash. The schools had lots of money, we had lots of money, and so, this is just people spouting off like the Jourdains and the Willahens or the Jim Leahys and the other people. We're basically discarded like, oh, they're a nut. They're just another wild voice talking about this. We've been talking about this for years, decades, and nobody ever did anything. I came up with a plan, God, it must be 4 years ago now, that said, why didn't we take the school department offices by eminent domain? It's a public use. It's a building. Why don't you start that as your plan if you really are so hung up on being there? And so my point is this, by making this cut, you're forced into an action. Absolutely forced into an action to make movement. And if you can't make any movement or any progress, well, we'll continue to revisit and take this to see progress reports throughout the year as to why no progress is being made in this regard. And if you don't, then you don't get the money. It's quite that simple. So we're going to inject a level of accountability into this budget that says we want movement out of 57 Suffolk Street. You're either going to go to another location, or you're going to take the building by eminent domain, or you're going to purchase the building once and for all. And by then, we're going to either collect the other rents that are in the building, and you actually could make money potentially on this. But what is the current fiscal structure of this school department right now as it relates to its corporate office is a foolish proposition. It's a paradigm that doesn't work, didn't work years ago, and doesn't work now. And we're supposed to be, oh, we're going to lay people off if you take away the money. Baloney. Shift the money around. Do what you need to do. Those red herrings are out the window. I don't buy it. You have plenty of opportunity to bring in a plan that fixes the 57 Suffolk Street problem. I am more than happy to vote to do this. I have been asked by my constituents for years to get out of this. Finally, it looks like we're going to take a vote to do it, and if that's the majority will, then we're going to move forward. So school department, clean up your act on this regard. We need a new office location, or you need to come up with a new contractual arrangement, because wasting money like this is not a good thing. So next up is Councilor McGee.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the rest of the councilors, I did send out or pass out this little list of cuts that we could possibly look at. Most of it is level spending, getting back to what it was last year and just staying at the status quo. There are some positions in here that were added to the budget. We may or may not want to cut those, and those numbers might change. So I gave you that list. Do with what you want with it. I was just trying to help out with the budget process. At the very last page, the fourth page of cuts that I was looking for, I said other options that we might want to look to, and it was the school department. And really what I did list was the $340 as rent. And for me, the real issue is I've been here now 10 years, and there was promises of moving to Lynch. And they were going through studies upon studies and spending all this money about moving to Lynch. It was going to happen. And then Caraballo came in and said, it's not going to happen. We're staying right where we are. Not Lynch, that was Lawrence. Then there was the issue of maybe we'll move to Lynch. And then that was a big study going on. Also, once again, that was taken out from underneath us. So there's been this ongoing, we're going to, and then they don't. At some point in time, we have to say enough is enough. To hear, oh, now if you cut by 340, there'll be layoffs. There's 78 layoff notices just sent out. There's going to be layoffs. So to me, to throw that out there, to have, grasp at you that there's going to be layoffs, I say stop it. The real issue is the state has now stepped in and said, we're doing it wrong. They can do better. Well, if you're the state, go find grants to pay for the rent. It's out there. It was just mentioned not 30 minutes ago. So, or if you want, try other buildings. Lynch is still there. We've potentially tried to sell it. We haven't. Is that still an option? It was an option for the charter school that was trying to go there. So there are options there. It's now our turn to say, look, we need help too. We're $2.8 million in the hole. We have to find cuts. Otherwise, if grants for us start getting shut down, fire, police, everything else, we're looking at layoffs. So now it's our turn to say, hey, look, and I asked Kevin about this earlier. Several years back, Mr. DuPont came in He wasn't the superintendent yet, but he came in. It was roughly a $200,000 to $300,000 transfer he was asking from free cash from us to help the school department. We gave it. We're now turning to the school department saying, we need help. That's why I'm making this proposal, or supporting this proposal for $340, because it's a rent issue. The other one, about $300 or $400 for unemployment, we did get our answers from Bellamy with regards to that, so I won't make that motion. That's been addressed. But right now, with regards to the rent, we need the help. This is a good motion. Stop it with the layoffs. That is, as Councilor Jane said, a red herring. Thank you.
Council Leahy.
Yeah, just very quickly. It's kind of ironic that we were paying the O'Connell Company, all this money for the rent, and yet we're also paying for the charter school that they own as well. That's how much they own it, but we're paying for the tuition reimbursement. The social justice one that's supposed to be downtown, uptown. Quite frankly, I think you're doing well. I shouldn't say that. I don't trust the state, to be honest with you. To be fair, they didn't come in with a plan to see exactly how they're going to increase things. What I read in the paper last week, Mike Plaisance did a good job. They're increasing school sizes because they don't have the funding. I spoke earlier today about cutting the $340,000 for several reasons. But the thing is, I don't think that they're going to find a new place. I don't think they're going to look for a new place. And I offered, I suggested that they go into state facilities, which we have plenty of. We also have plenty of different buildings. As Councilor McGee said, we've gone through so many superintendents coming in here and saying Lynch, Lawrence, people spoke of Metcalf. There's only 60 employees. We can find spaces for these employees, and we could reduce the number that we have to spend dramatically. And keep in mind, we're still spending $450,000 for out of tuition or for busing and transportation. We're wasting a lot of money, and so I encourage the state. You haven't earned my trust yet. I encourage you guys to look at this and improve it. Thank you.
Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I take very seriously the tight budget constraints that the school system is under, and I do think that if the $340,000 were cut, the money would not get shuffled around to find a new place to place the school department at a cheaper rate right away. It would be forcing their hand, and there's already a crisis situation that's being managed by the state and an outside body. So I think that by cutting that $340,000 from the schools and sending a message that we want you out of Suffolk Street is really going to exasperate the crisis situation that we face with our schools. I really want to see the state succeed. I know that we don't like the state being here and being the receiver of our schools. I want them to succeed because the sooner that they succeed, the sooner they're going to go back to Boston and we can have local control of our schools back. When we see that the plan for next year is that classroom sizes are increasing, this is because we are facing layoffs to begin with. I think that we need to do, as a city council, the best by our students, and more cuts to that budget is going to be more cuts to teachers, and it's going to just exasperate the classroom sizes that our students are facing, and I don't think that we can afford to place that burden on our students. Thank you.
Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Relative to the motion on the cut for the rent, I think the spirit of the cut relative to the rent is a true and reasonable approach relative to the budget crisis the city is in. There is no separate school budget crisis that is separate from the city budget crisis. The entire city is in a fiscal crisis, and to talk about it like it's two separate things unrelated to each other is a fiction. So for me, I would feel much more comfortable if, like in even the nonprofit world, but certainly the private sector, what I was hearing at the mic relative to a potential cut was we are negotiating all of our contracts. We are approaching all of our leaseholders, contracts, food vendors, everybody to renegotiate our contracts because of the crisis we're in. This is something that management in corporations does every day. When they're going broke, they don't first lay off their people. They first go and see how many hundreds of thousands they can squeeze out of the contracts. I think if you go to your landlord and say, look, we got to go, or you got to help us out because we're in a budget crisis, I mean, these are the kind of conversations I envision before the answer is, we're just going to lay off 20 more people. So I take issue with that being the only solution to the problem, and I am persuaded by the arguments, because I've been in the room for a few of the years now of the discussion about do it a different way. And the sign of people in denial is when they keep doing things the same way, expecting a different result. And unfortunately, that's been happening in the entire city for a long time. And we all have to start doing things differently. And I don't take issue with who's running the school at the moment. To me, it's a financial issue. We're already passing through more money than is required to the schools. So if a majority does vote to cut out 340,000, it's 340,000 of 8 million that has been something that's been just happening because it's the way we've been doing it. It's not like we're cutting money out of an already flat situation. It's just that we're having to change the way that we're doing business. So I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard on this motion? Counselor Alexander.
Thanks. Apropos of Councilor Vacon's motion and the fact that any cut of 340 doesn't automatically go to to reducing the rent expense, it just goes to reducing the total funds available to fund everything, including, every other contract that they have. 340,000 out of 60-something million budget is less than 0.5% somewhere? I mean, it's a microscopic number. So I'm actually going to propose a 1% reduction at $600,000. I don't expect to go anywhere, but I'm going to put it on the table. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a second to that? Motion fails for lack of a second. Counselor McGivern?
Just real quick, Mr. President, the arguments for the 340,000 that were about Suffolk Street, if we were voting on Suffolk Street, I'd probably be half convinced to make the cut, but we're not voting on Suffolk Street. We do not have line item control. The school committee no longer has line item control as of July 1. We have to look at the big picture the best we can and hope that we have a chance to continue dialogue and make changes on the way we do business with the school department over the next year. I think Councilor Lisi makes a good point. We all want to battle for what's right for the kids and get back not only local control over the schools, but local accountability over our tax dollars. The $340,000, knowing what the school department has already done to a level funded budget, knowing of what they've already done in terms of layoffs with no capital dollars in that budget that they can cut, is going to force more layoffs. We've all been through this. I think we understand that. If that's what you want to vote for, we're looking at, I'm only guessing, maybe 4, maybe 5 more teachers are going to be laid off. We need the teachers in the schools. I'm never going to apologize for fighting for teachers or for employees that provide the services that we all speak about, the services that we want to be provided for the good people of the city of Holyoke. But let's look at this the big way. This is not about Suffolk Street. This is about the school department budget. They cannot afford an additional cut.
I'll just close on the final thoughts of, one, they have $1 million free cash account. They should tap into that. Let's start there. And then number 2 is, that number was given to me by Chris Regan at the budget hearing. Hi, Chris.
Yes, it's included in the, that money is included in the budget. We are using that, and it's already been.
All of it. So you'll be
Yes.
down to 0
Yes,
for free cash. No more free cash ever again.
it is all accounted for in the
All right.
budget.
Number 2 is, to say that we want to not cut the 340 is I could easily make the same argument that, well, then I can lay off 4 firemen and police officers. Are they any more or less valuable than the teachers? Both are 2.8 million short. Question is here, what is going to motivate the schools to make different choices? And the only way, I think, is this vote. And so I'm going to vote accordingly, because they need to come in with a plan if they want to earn this money back during the year. I'll remember now that the vote is not static. They would have to come in with some plan to do something otherwise. Maybe they can make the case to us why we should give them 6 months from now some portion of this money back. But until we see a plan to exit not just lip service. I'd like to know how much money was spent on studies on moving out of Suffolk Street, too. Maybe you can give us that report at some point, but I know it wasn't chump change. Counselor Granny might know that number.
They come to the tune of about $25,000 apiece over the years.
Yeah. Counselor Lisi.
Thank you. Very briefly, I just wanted to state that at the end of the day, we are under receivership, and the school department is robbed of its decision-making abilities. And so, by default, we already have a different set of actors in place who are going to be making decisions moving forward. So it's not like the school department, who's been making the wrong decisions in the past, is going to be in a position to make wrong decisions in the future, AKA Suffolk Street. We now have a receiver in place, and they're making a whole new set of decisions. They haven't been here before. So we can't make this argument that, oh, like, you know, nothing's changed. What's the guarantee that we're going to have something to change in the future? Because this is the whole point of having a receiver. The state has come in and says, school department has not been making good decisions for the Holyoke Public Schools for however many years, at least 10 years we've been looked at for receivership, and now they're here saying, look, we're going to start making different decisions for the city of Holyoke. And I think that we need to endow the school department and the Holyoke schools and the receiver at this point with the best opportunity and best chance to get our schools back on a good and solid footing. Thank you.
All right. Counselor Granny, real quick.
One more time. It wouldn't matter to me who the superintendent of schools was,
Right.
who the receiver was. I would make this proposal to make this cut, no matter who was the super. Whether or not the state's here or not, it wouldn't have mattered. I was still going to make this to get the school department out of Suffolk Street.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, we're now ready to take a vote on the motion that has been made to reduce, from Counselor Greenlee's motion to reduce this line, this appropriation by $340,000. Clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is in favor of the reduction, a no vote is to deny it.
Who's first tonight, Kevin?
I believe Counselor Valentin is first.
Valentin.
No.
Alexander.
Yes.
Bartley.
No.
Bresnahan.
Yes.
Chatnoff.
No.
Greeny.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Leahy.
No.
LeBron Martinez.
No.
Lisi.
No.
McGee. Yes.
McGivern.
No.
Soto.
Yes.
Tommen.
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
7 yeas
8.
7.
7.
and 8 nays.
By your vote, you have denied the cut of $340,000 for the schools. Is there any other proposals for page 27? Hearing none, we'll go back to page 1.
God, we're going to be here till 3 in the morning. We got one page done, one that we have no control over.
Any proposals for page 1?
Mr. President,
Counselor Alexander.
I'll make the same proposal I've made every year, to cut the city council, whatever code it is, 51201.
We on page 2?
By $15,000,
Page one.
$1,000 per counselor. We talk and talk and talk about how important it is to reduce the budget. I think we should start with our own budget. I know it won't go anywhere. I know somebody's going to bring up that I'm not running again, and therefore I don't care what happens to it.
You're not?
I've made the same proposal every single time, whether I was running or not. So
You're
I
not
just wanna
running?
lay that out there.
This is why we're going to be here all night.
Yeah. I'm going to rule the same ruling I gave you last year, which is that your order is out of order because we have a specific ordinance that says each of the counselors gets $10,000 a year. You have to change the ordinance first, then you can come and cut the money. So I'm going to give you the same procedural rule I gave you last year. Nobody made any ordinance changes to cut it over the last 12 months. So here we are again. All right. Yeah, file that as, maybe, wait till December 31st.
There you go.
There you go. Okay, anything else on page 1? Okay, hearing none. Page 2. Let's see. Not seeing any hands. I'm going to make
no.
oh, okay, Counselor McGee?
51103, extra clerical help.
5-1, you mean 51250?
I I might write down, yeah, 51250, sorry.
51250, extra clerical, currently budgeted at 15. What would you like to reduce that by?
I was gonna make a motion to cut it down to 9, cut it by 9.
To 6, from
Yep.
9 to 6, okay?
Second.
There is a second. Under discussion, Counselor McGee.
Just going by last year's budget to level fund, it was at 6, that's what we voted for, so bring it back to that, that's all.
Okay. And that was the level funding for quite a number of years, fiscal year 12, 15. This all of a sudden started popping up again, so. Any other discussion on this item? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is in favor of the $9,000 reduction. A no vote is to deny it.
No.
Alexander?
No.
Bartley?
Yes.
Bresnahan?
Yes.
Chatnough?
Yes.
Graney?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Leahy?
Yes.
LeBron Martinez?
No.
Lisi?
No.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Soto?
Yes.
Tomlin?
Yes.
Bacon?
Yes.
11 yeas and 4 nays.
Okay, by your vote, you've reduced line item 51250 by $9,000. Counselor McGee.
Line item 54200, office supplies and professional supplies.
Yep.
Cut it by 500. Once again, just, all this is level funding, that's all I'm doing.
Second.
Okay. Motion's been made and seconded to reduce line item 54200 from 2,000 to 1,500, reducing by 500. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is in favor of the cut. A no vote is to deny.
Valentin?
Yes.
Alexander?
Yes.
Bartley?
No.
Bresnahan?
Yes.
Chatnough?
Yes.
Graney?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Leahy?
Yes.
LeBron Martinez?
No.
Lisi?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
No.
Soto?
Yes.
Tomlin?
Yes.
Bacon?
Yes.
12 yeas, 3 nays.
By your vote, you've reduced that line by $500. Counselor McGee.
57300, the dues and subscriptions,
Yep.
cut it by 7,000. Once again, level funding.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to reduce dues and subscriptions from 10,000 to 3,000, a reduction of 7,000. Any discussion? Counselor McGivern.
I believe this would also include the MMA fund subscription.
Yes.
I will vote against this because I think it's important that the city belongs to the MMA. I know we've had this discussion, I won't belabor it, but the services that is provided by the Mass Municipal Association and what we get out of it, I think is well worth being a member.
Do you know how much that part of it is worth? I don't know.
If I can look, I'll get to you, Mr. President, from last year, if you give me a second, if
We cut
anyone
it
else
last
wants
year.
to speak.
Mr. President?
Yep, Counselor Bartley.
Yeah, I voted to cut this last year, and I'm not going to support the cut for this year. And I think when the mayor came in, I think he said the Holyoke was the only community out of all the ones in the Commonwealth that didn't pay the freight here, and so that's one black eye. I will say this: every year, Mr. President, when I get the MMA book, I noticed that they put highlights in about great things in the Commonwealth. Basketball Hall of Fame, whatever, the Sacred Cod, whatever it is they want to put in. For some reason, they can't mention the birthplace of volleyball as Holyoke, Mass, 1895. Every year, I've been on this, this is fourth year I'm on here, I send an email, can you put it in there? And every year, it doesn't get put in. So, besides that small little knock I have against MMA, I think overall they actually do provide an important service. Now, ironically, I received updates from them and newsletter every month. Those, despite not us, we didn't pay our dues, but I actually appreciate the information and I appreciate the work they do, and I think based on that, we ought to support them this year.
Well, just by way of historical, I will say somehow other mayors did manage to have us as a member of MMA. Last year's the first year we weren't, and we didn't ever had 10,000 this line. We'll also say the other big ticket that's going here is to fund his membership in the United States Conference of Mayors. I think that's the bigger thing we need to focus on. That's about as needed in these financial times as, you know, I don't know, this plastic cup over here. It's just something we can completely live without. We don't need the mayor traveling off to all these different conferences around the country, you know, at least not on our nickel. You know, if he wants to do that, that's his business. But we just don't have the, again, when we were more wealthier times, you know, we could afford to do that. These memberships are of ambivalent value. Councilor McGee.
All I'm trying to do, as I said when I passed out the list, is try and help find some cuts that won't hurt departments, but cuts to help, in essence, deal with the shortfalls we're having with the budget. Is it worth $7,000 to be part of these two organizations, whatever we're signing up for $7,000, while we're trying to fight for jobs and avoid layoffs? That's kind of what I'm weighing. So for me, yeah, it's only $7,000, but if you take all the items as I've listed and add them up, they start to make an impact. So that's all I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to pick on offices. I'm just trying to find small little cuts that add up over time. That's all I'm trying to do. So I understand you want to be in brochures and have the Hoyoke name. There's other ways to do that.
Councilor Leahy.
Yeah, I agree. You know, we've been getting this newsletter from the MMA for several years. You know, for all I see is we get a newsletter out of it. He did say when he was in here, the mayor I'm speaking of, you know, they do support the communities and towns, and he did say we're the only ones that aren't listed. However, I asked him the benefit. He just said pretty much newsletters and different meetings that we're able to attend. I don't think at these financial times that we can afford to even do that. And the second thing, the U.S. Conference of Mayors, I think that is probably a good thing for networking and whatnot, but do we have the money to fund that now? I don't think so. I mean, right now, we just laid off several teachers. We still have a fire truck that is inoperable because we don't have the money to fund that. I think we should put that money towards teachers and maybe the fire truck as well. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion on this item? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is to reduce this line item by 7,000, a no vote is to deny it.
Valentin,
Yes.
Alexander,
No.
Bartley,
No.
Bresnahan,
Yes.
Chatnoff,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes?
McGivern,
No.
Soto,
No.
Tommen,
No.
Bacon. 8 yeas, 7 nays.
By your vote, you've made the reduction by $7,000. Councilor McGee.
57800, receptions, minus 1,000, once again, level funding from last year.
Second.
Second, motion's been made and seconded to reduce line item 57,800 from 2,000 to 1,000, a reduction of 1,000. Any discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is in favor of the cut, a no vote is to deny the cut.
Valentin,
Yes.
Alexander,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Bresnahan,
Yes.
Chatnoff,
Yes.
Graney,
Howie, yes or no on this cut of 1,000 to? Yep.
Jordan,
Yes.
Leahy,
No.
LeBron Martinez, Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes?
McGivern,
No.
Soto,
Yes.
Tommen,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas, 3 nays.
By your vote, you've approved the reduction of $1,000 to this line. Is there anything else on page 2?
Mr. President,
I had
Councilor
a count of 11 to 4.
can you have this say the 4 nays?
Do you want me to say
Could
that?
you just give us the no votes on that, since that was the smaller number, Irma, please?
Leahy, Lisi, McGivern.
LeBron Martinez.
So the vote was 12 to
She voted
3.
yes. Oh, she voted yes.
You voted yes.
You voted yes or no, Council Lisi?
I voted.
I thought I heard a no.
I voted no.
Okay. So we had it right, right? Irma?
Yeah.
Had Counselors McGivern, Leahy, and Lisi as no votes. So 12-3.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. All right, Counselor Bresnahan?
$2,000 from line item 57-100, which would be in-state
In-state travel, okay. Motion is been made to reduce 57-100 in-state travel from 3,000 to 1,000. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, under discussion?
I asked the mayor, about that. He said it was not for the mayor's office, but if you look throughout the book, you'll see many departments have in-state travel. So I don't know, he didn't know who it was for. He said his exact words, it's not for the mayor's office. And he obviously, there's, the mayor's one person, executive assistant's one person. The mayor has a car, so I don't know how much traveling that, I think $1,000 could be enough. If there's other travels, he could come back to us.
Counselor Leahy?
Yeah, I was just going to reiterate a similar thing. He said it was for other departments and it was other employees. And so I guess it's his role is kind of to filter through the money. So I think it's his authority to say yes or no to the money. Thank you.
Did somebody have their hand up over here? Counselor McGivern?
He did say that it was for other departments and noted that not all departments have in-state travel line item expenses. Much of this is for required educational purposes or certification and things of that nature that take place out of Western Mass. Some of it is for conferences that I think we all know are required, but in some cases also beneficial, even if they're not required. And I think even city councilors that want to go to the MMA conference, annual conference, use this line item.
Counselor Bacon?
Mr. President, to my knowledge, we still have a car sitting in the parking lot that is available for the use of any department in the city at the mayor's discretion. Thank you.
Anybody else? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is in favor of the $2,000 reduction to this line. A no vote is to deny it.
Valentin.
No.
Alexander.
Yes.
Bartley.
Yes.
Bresnahan.
Yes.
Chatnoff.
Yes.
Graney.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Leahy. LeBron Martinez.
No.
Lisi.
No.
McGee.
Yes.
McGivern.
No.
Soto.
Yes.
Tommen.
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
10 yeas and 5 nays.
By your vote, you've reduced this line by $2,000. Anything else on page 2? Hearing none, we move to page 3. Office of the City Auditor. Any reductions to this line, to this page? Counselor McGee.
53010.
53010, professional accounting and auditing.
Yes, take 1,500.
Okay, reduce the line.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded to reduce professional accounting and auditing line 53010 by $1,500. That motion has been seconded. Under discussion, Counselor McGee.
Just level funding compared to last year's.
Okay. Any other discussion? Counselor McGivern?
I'm not sure if this question was asked during the hearings, but I believe that the independent audit, which is required by statute, is something that we have to do every year. I appreciate level funding, but level funding does not always mean level service. The cost of auditing, the cost of required things such as this do go up on an annual basis.
Okay, any other discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is in favor of making the $1,500 reduction to this line. A no vote is to deny it.
Valentin.
No.
Alexander.
No.
Bartley.
Yes.
Bresnahan.
Yes.
Chatnoff.
Yes.
Graney.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Leahy. LeBron Martinez.
No.
Lisi.
No.
McGee.
Yes.
McGivern.
No.
Soto.
Yes.
Tommen.
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
8 yeas, 7 nays.
By your vote, you've reduced that line by $1,500. Anything else for page 3? Hearing none, we move to page 4. Page 4, Department of Procurement. Any motions for this page? Counselor McGee.
Line item 53410, telephone usage charges.
Okay?
minus 2,000.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded to reduce telephone usage charges line 53,410 from 40,000 to 38,000, a reduction of $2,000. Under discussion, Counselor McGee?
Same
Level
thing.
funding, okay. Counselor McGivern?
Same thing. Level funding is not level service. The cost of telephone, could have gone up. I'm not sure if Mr. Martins was asked the question, but certainly pointing out that years past, when the city gave Dave Martins the job of overseeing telephone usage, because we are one of the few communities that don't have a central telephone area with manned, so that people with an operator that can answer questions and direct people, that he did take charge of the different departments in telephone uses and saved the city a lot of money. And I think if he's putting in his budget this request, it's what he needs for the up and coming year.
Any other discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is in favor of the $2,000 reduction to this line. A no vote is to deny it.
Valentin,
No.
Alexander,
No.
Bartley,
Yes.
Bresnahan,
Yes.
Chatnoff,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern, Soto,
Yes.
Tomlin,
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
9 yeas and 6 nays.
By your vote, you've reduced that line by $2,000. Anything else for page 4? Hearing none, we move to page 5, Office of the Assessors. Any motions? Any motions for page 5? Hearing none, we move to page 6, Office of the City Treasurer. Any motions? Counselor McGee?
Line item 53050, land court.
Okay. What number?
What amount?
What amount would you like to reduce it to?
50,000.
Reduced by 50,000?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to reduce land court expenses 53,050 by $50,000. Under discussion, Counselor McGee.
Yes, on this one, we're trying to rein in the court costs with regards to every department that's doing it. I know our legal department is bringing more things in-house. Also, we're making a proactive approach as to how to redo land court takings. We've had meetings on it with Niles Corshane and everything, and we're going to be filing orders with regards to other ways to do it. So for me, in order to try and rein in the costs going outside, they can always come back again, and we can approve funds that if they're in free cash. So it's just a mechanism to try and rein in the spending on this. That's all.
Counselor Bartley?
Yeah, I'm going to support this this idea because I think Todd's argument's a sound one, and especially with in light of the discussion we had last year with Niles and Toby and Mike Moriarty and the work that they've been doing with on receiverships. I'm hopeful that that'll really take flight, and if in fact we have to. If the mayor has to come back, now I think the mayor did a pretty good job of budgeting this, and there's no knock on the mayor or in Bellamy with this, but I'm pretty hopeful that wherever we are next year, that whoever the mayor is going to be, that they'll really kind of grasp onto this idea of receivership, and will kind of strengthen that, and I think ultimately it'll strengthen neighborhoods.
Counselor Lisi?
Thank you. I just want to point out that it's really this administration that has spearheaded the reintroduction and reuse of the receivership program. And part of the receivership program means going to land court and having a judge, appoint a receiver. And so we could just anticipate more in court expenses.
It's housing court. It's housing court judge.
We go.
It's a housing court judge that appoints a receiver. I'm just saying. It's a housing court judge, nothing to do with land court.
In fairness, Counselor Lisi has the
Okay,
floor.
what?
All right.
I think it's all part of the same program at the end of the day. If we're going to be doing more receiverships, it's more in-court time regardless. So I think that we really need to be mindful of the money that we need to spend in order to move properties into receivership. Thank you.
Counselor Bresnahan?
The process, as Councilor Bartley pointed out, it is through housing court. I will say that it was the Board of Health under Mike and Sullivan's administration that had Matt Burge from the Attorney General's office down in Boston do a dog and pony show in this very room for several contractors when the receivership, the AG's office came up with the concept of doing this or reinvented the wheel, so to speak. I'm assuming there must be receiverships out there that I'm not aware of. I haven't heard of any, but it is through the housing court. And the idea of putting the receiver in there is just so we don't have to go through land court and take the property. We want someone to manage that property, whether it's occupied, not occupied, make it secure, get the tenants paying rent and get it back on the tax rolls. Then that receiver can then foreclose on that property, and really the city doesn't do anything. We take the pictures, we send a letter to the bank or the property owner, we go to housing court with the documentation, the judge agrees with us, appoints a receiver, and then that receiver runs with the ball, keeps track of all the money that he's spending, and then he files a foreclosure through his attorney. And, I mean, we were handing it right off to, his name is the AG that was covering in Springfield. Law department would do their thing, we'd hand it off to him, and he'd run it to housing court. So I agree with Councilor McGee's point, and I also would like to say that, we have to make difficult decisions and hard cuts. We are still having brownouts with the Holyoke Fire Department. So, I mean, what do we want to do? Do we want to, not cut 7,000 or 10,000 here, and we still want to have tactical units not being, they don't have enough bodies to fill because we don't have enough money. So we're still having brownouts. So, I mean, it's going to be coming that we're going to, fire and police are going to be cut unless we make these hard choices. We can't keep saying, no, I'm not going to cut that because it's a good idea or whatever. I mean, we need to make hard cuts this year because we don't have any money. And if they want to come back for the money, they can come back with a great idea. Hey, I need money for this. Every department head does it. Can you help me out? I need the 50 grand back. This is what we're doing. Great idea. Here's the $50,000. It's that simple. Thank you.
Mr. President?
I
know you can't see my hand, so.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
No, it's okay.
No, I appreciate it. I got you on the list now.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I did have, okay.
That's fine, go ahead.
I have you right after Councilor McGivern.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Receivership program is receivership, going the receivership way is the correct way to go. In many cases, I think the house on Michigan Avenue is a perfect example of where we were able to force the bank, who should have done it in the first place, take responsibility for the home before we were forced to take it under land court procedures. But I thought the land court projects that we've been working on, which is finally addressing the number of properties that have been abandoned, a number of properties that are in not in receivership, but been abandoned to a point where there is no way to put them in a receivership because there is no funds availability because the banks are not owed any money, but the city is not getting its taxes, and therefore we do the land court procedure, which is the taking of the property, which then we can sell the property, get it back on the tax rolls, and hopefully in the long run make our money back, but more important, put the property back to use. So I see this as a money-making line item, not as a money-losing line item. In fiscal 2013, the Treasury Department spent $96,206. This year alone, they've already spent close to $70,000 as of December 31st. The department had requested $120,000. The mayor cut $20,000 of that request. If we cut the $50,000, there won't be any money available to sometime in September, October. It could delay land court procedures, which means it could delay our possibility of taking property that we can sell and make some money.
Councilor Valentin.
Actually, what I was going to talk about echoes most of what Councilor McGivern just said. I remember last year when we were speaking about this same line item, I remember former Treasurer John Lumbra coming in and explaining that this was the line item that was covering the services from Seidel and Seidel, and how, once again, this is an investment in terms of really being able to move some of these properties that have been dormant for quite a while. There's been, we vote on things like this all the time in terms of trying to get these properties back on the tax rolls and trying to get some sales going on. So I'm going to vote against this cut because I see it as an investment. Thank you.
Counselor Alexander.
Same exact comment, thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Counselor Bresnahan.
Just to be clear, so everyone in this room understands this, that the land court process and the receivership process are different processes.
Yeah.
You don't go to land court to appoint a receiver on a vacant building. You don't.
Yeah.
You don't. That's not what land court's for. You go to housing court. If we're proactive in going to housing court and bringing landlords to task and bringing banks to task with the help of the folks that work in the Springfield Attorney General's office that do this for a living, we don't have to do this whole land court, and then we don't want the properties. Give them to this guy who's going to take care of them, and then let him foreclose on it, and then it's his property. We don't want to take over these blighted, destroyed properties. We want someone else to do that for us, and the receivership program is the program that allows us to do that, not the land court.
Counselor Greenie.
We already have over 300 abandoned properties in Holyoke as it is. I'm going to vote for this cut.
Counselor McGee.
Just to be clear, one, I'm not voting to not have investments. I'm actually looking at it in the sense of it's a receivership program that we all did work on very hard. I'm not taking that away from us. All I'm saying is since it's new, we don't really know the true cost, so we put it out there this way and then we can come back to it. Yes, by December, maybe we're out of money, but we'll know from July going forward how fast is being spent, and we can act on it right away with an order. Also, when Seidel and Seidel came in, the attorney said right before us, you really should have a committee like Springfield has set up to look at all these properties and determine which one you want to get rid of fast, and it's a quicker process than you can give it to the city council. I filed that order. It wasn't acted upon. So I'm doing what Seidel and Seidel has asked. Also, I'm trying to, in essence, try and figure out budget issues. I'm not taking away from investments. So that's not my intent at all, if that's what's being viewed. It purely is trying to see a new program. If we can find cuts to it, if not, we'll fund it accordingly as it goes forward.
Counselor Bartley.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing. We did, and the DGR committee did a great job when we had, in CDBG monies, we put $51,000 towards a code enforcement officer, and going to be working in wards 1, 2, 3, and 4. And really, as Danny indicated, it starts with the city, finding violations, but then we hand it off, so we don't have to run with the ball anymore. It goes to housing court, a receiver hopefully will be appointed, and then let the private sector kind of deal with it. I mean, so we are making the investment. We made the investment with CDBG monies, $51,000 for a code enforcement officer. I think that's pretty good. So, thank you.
Counselor McGivern.
I don't disagree with Counselor McGee's logic in this point on, let's look at that as we go, but we asked for a 12-month budget, and I think this is a 12-month proposal.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is in favor of the $50,000 reduction to land court expense line.
Can I actually make a motion to suspend the rules and ask Kara to clarify what the land court charges are for?
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded to suspend the rules to allow Kara to address this line item. And/or I see Sandy Smith's here. All in favor of that?
Aye.
Opposed? No?
No.
The ayes slightly have it.
Just a little bit.
Just that I don't want to get into a whole reliving the budget hearings again, because I'm trying to keep this
Like
moving.
we did with the school department?
Well, that's a little different, I know.
But if the question wasn't asked during the budget hearing, it's being asked this evening. I don't remember this question being asked during the hearing when Sandy was with us.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Kara, do you want to address the land court expenses, what your opinion is, what those are for?
Sure. These are for the work that Seidel and Seidel is doing to both collect back taxes and file the cases in land court. you know, just briefly, it's really wholly unrelated to receiverships. You know, this is through the treasurer's office. You know, Sandy can obviously address that more, but she's obviously working very hard to, you know, still get caught up on the backlog of properties that we have. And, you know, frankly, if there's an outstanding amount of taxes on the building or it's in such bad shape, you know, it's just not going to be candidates for receivership. So they're really two wholly separate processes. I don't know if Sandy wants to add anything, but this is for Seidel and for the land court takings through the treasurer's office.
Sandy, briefly as you can, just kind of.
I'm going to repeat what Kara said. We do pay Seidel and Seidel, the outside firm. They do due diligence on pieces of property that have been abandoned, or the person dies. They go and find the people that, you know, the family members. They search, they track them down. They say, listen, there's a house in Holyoke. What do you plan on doing with it? If they're not interested, then we go to land court and the city takes it over. But we don't go after building. I've been working with a committee when I came on board. I've been working with the planning and the community development. And we sit and we look at every piece of property and say, is this worth going after? If it's not, it doesn't go to Seidel and Seidel. Right now, we're in the process of doing the tax titles, which we discussed at the meeting when I came before my budget. And it's a tax title assessment. We're going to have it in July 10th, and it's based on properties of people that have not paid their taxes in several years. They've gotten letters, they've ignored it. Now we're going to go after them. And we're hoping that at the auction, when we sell it as a package, the bidder comes in and buys the whole package. Then it's their responsibility. They give the city a check. It's their responsibility to go after these deadbeat landlords and residents. That's what we're working on.
And we did discuss that at length, Council President.
I imagine this isn't something that we could do in-house with our city solicitor's office?
I work with Kara.
So what is Seidel and Seidel doing?
No, Seidel is totally different. They are expert in going in and researching and going after people. A good example, High Street. It was one of those deals where gentleman said, you can buy this piece of property, Old Rowan's newsroom, unbeknownst to us, but the taxes weren't getting paid. I picked up the phone, I called Amy, and I said, let's research this. What's going on? I got a check today for $5,000. They haven't paid their back taxes. Now they went into a payment agreement with the city through Seidel and Seidel, and I'm going to get those taxes paid off in 1 year. So that's what I need that for them to go after people that the law department can't go after, community development, you know, they're my go-to people they're my last resource.
Any other thoughts, questions? Councilor McGivern.
Like I said, Mr. President, it's a money-making line item. Let's keep it like it is.
Okay, any other thoughts?
Sandy, just remember, we would like to have those payment plan updates when you have a chance. We talked about, I'm sorry, I just spoke out of line.
Nope.
That's
Nope,
fine.
that's fine.
Councilor Valentin's right, though. We do want those. Okay, clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is in favor of the $50,000 reduction. A no vote is to deny it.
Valentin,
No.
Alexander,
No.
Bartley,
Yes.
Bresnahan,
Yes.
Chatnoff,
Yes.
Graney,
No.
Jordan,
No.
Leahy,
No.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
No.
Soto, Tommen,
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
4 yeas.
Okay. Anybody else with something on page 6?
Mr. President,
Councilor Bacon?
Object Code 51103. This is a vacant position that has been budgeted to increase the office significantly
I
and,
believe you mean 51107.
oh, I'm sorry, I misread the line.
Yep. 511 is the senior deputy treasurer position that's currently vacant. Yep.
Yes, I'm looking at the line where the position is vacant, and in light of the fact that we're keeping the outside contractor high, given our recent vote, and we're depending on that rather than inside staff, it seems like we shouldn't add that to the budget. Thank you.
Yep, I'll second that.
Second.
Just in spirit of, and I was very careful at the budget hearing, I went through, we have Sandy Smith, the city treasurer, Katie Jakowski's the assistant treasurer, deputy treasurer is a new woman they just hired, Kayla Rodriguez, senior deputy, empty. Senior deputy, empty. So if at some point date in the future, they ultimately come and have someone to put in that job, well, then they can come in and petition the city council for the money. But until such time, that 43,041, we need those dollars to put towards the 2.8 million we're short. And they have someone that they're using for extra clerical help in the amount of 10,000. So this is a good cut. Anybody else want to be heard on this? Councilor Lisi?
I'd like to propose a 6-month cut as opposed to the full line item, so
Second.
21, cutting 2,100, I'm sorry, 21,000.
21,520.
Sure.
Okay, and that was seconded. All right. All right, I'll just speak against the half here. My point is, if they want to, if they decide they want to fill the job in January, then just come and see us before January, and we'll deal with it at that time, and we'll determine whether or not that's a good thing or a bad thing. And that would be my opposition to the half cut. Councilor Alexander?
Thanks. I agree in opposing the half cut only because I don't see any point in half funding an empty position. I mean,
Yeah.
let's not fund an empty position and
it's
then
just-
fully fund it or 3/4 fund it or whatever if they decide they need to hire somebody.
It just kind of is what it is at this point, you know? All right, so motion, we'll vote on Councilor Lisi's motion first.
Your rule was to vote on the higher cut
Oh,
first.
you're right. Thank you for holding me honest to my own rules. Yes, you're right. So the motion will be on Councilor Bacon, seconded by Jordan's motion, to reduce this by 43,041. Any other discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is in favor of the reduction, a no vote is to deny it.
Valentin.
No.
Alexander.
Yes.
Bartley.
Yes, yes, sorry about that.
Bresnahan. Chatnoff.
Yes.
Graney.
This is the vacant position. There's a motion on the floor to reduce it, to eliminate the funding for it. It's vacant. This is the senior deputy treasurer, to reduce by 43,000. Yes, Councilor Graney.
Jordan.
Yes.
Leahy.
Yes.
LeBron Martinez.
No.
Lisi.
No.
McGee. Yes. McGivern.
Yes.
Soto.
Yes.
Tommen.
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas, 3 nays.
By your vote, you've reduced that line item by 43,041. Is there any other motions for page 6? Hearing none, moving on to page 7, tax collector. Any motions on, okay, Councilor McGee?
53,100, other contracted services.
53,100, okay, yep. Other contracted services, line 53,100.
Reduced by 3,000.
Second.
Okay, motion on the floor is to reduce this line item by $3,000 from 9,500 to 6,500. Any discussion?
Yeah, just real quick, I didn't level fund it simply because when Dave came in, and Dave has done a remarkable job in this office and has shown significant cuts with the new deputy collector, he said that he's asking for this increase simply because if there's snow issues, he wants to send out extra notices. Well, we may not have another snowstorm like we did this year, so to put this in the budget when it may not occur, it just to me seems a little cart before a horse. So I reduced it a little bit, not to get to level funding, give him that little extra just in case, and if he has to come back, then he has to come back, but this way we try and manage it more appropriately.
Anybody else? Any other discussion on this line?
Kevin?
Councilor Tallman?
Yeah, I agree with Todd. He did come back, and I was wondering why requested was 5,000, and the mayor proposed 9,500, explained why, because of the snow issue and tickets and stuff. So, you know, the $3,000 cut does make sense to me.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is in favor of a $3,000 reduction to this line. A no vote is to deny it.
Valentin,
No.
Alexander. Yes. Bartley,
Yes.
Bresnahan,
Yes.
Chatnoff,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes?
McGivern,
Yes.
Soto,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
14 yeas, 1 nay.
By your vote, you've reduced this line item by $3,000. Anything else on page 7? Hearing none, moving on to page 8. City Solicitor's Office, Counsel Leahy.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to cut 51101, which is the city solicitor, to which we don't have.
By $35,000?
Yes, sir.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded to reduce this line, 51101 by the full amount, $35,000, which is a vacant position.
Vacant position, as I said earlier, I'd love to have Kara in that position, and obviously a bump from 35,000 up we would give her, but right now, it doesn't seem to be any movement in this position, so why have money in this line item?
Okay. Any other comments, discussion on this item? Counselor Lisi?
I would just note that the 35,000 is another half-year salary, so it allows us to hire somebody for come January 1st.
Come in for the money then.
Mr. President?
I understand that.
Counselor McGee?
I'm supporting that cut, and I actually put it into one of my requests, simply because, one, there is no person there, but two, as we saw, if there's money in these type of line items, they can shift it out without our approval. So therefore, this is another way for us to set up a safety net so that type of money just doesn't shift out to where we don't get to see it.
You mean like the 45,000?
I'm not bringing up numbers, I'm just saying how it can happen. We've seen the examples. Therefore, if there is a will half year to bring in a city solicitor, that we find one, once again, we can look at it and see if the finances are there. I mean, let's be realistic here. We have a very bad budget. We can always come back to this stuff if need be, if we have the money.
Any other thoughts, comments? Counselor McGivern?
More of a question, Mr. President. I get the motion and why. But first of all, though, you can't fund a half a position. It's July 1 is a full position funded, or if it's a vacant position, we can eliminate it. As you pointed out, an ordinance position, it's not the same thing where we can eliminate a body. But the acting part of what Sarah and Kara are doing and the adjustment we made in salaries, is this line item being needed to complement any of those salaries? Okay. Got my answer unofficially. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. Anybody else? Counselor Alexander?
Just, we're facing a horrible budget situation here. If we can't cut empty positions, what can we cut? I mean, really, come on.
Exactly.
It's like the only painless cut.
All right, anything else? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is in favor of the reduction, a no vote is to deny it.
Valentin,
Yes.
Alexander,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Bresnahan,
Yes.
Chatnoff,
Yes.
Graney, Jordan,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes?
McGivern,
Yes.
Soto, Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous.
By your vote, you have reduced that line by $35,000. Counselor Leahy?
I make a motion, we reduce line item 53010, which is professional services special counsel, by 60,000. Second. At 40?
Reduce 40?
No, reduce 60.
Oh, reduce 60 to 40.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Second.
And there is a second on that. So the Counselor Leahy has proposed that we reduce professional services special counsel 53010, reduced from 100 to 40, a reduction of 60,000. Under discussion, Counsel Leahy.
Yeah, just very quickly, we were very good about getting updated on the special counsel line item. We were very good about hearing, what lawsuits we were having. So I think it's always imperative to have the city solicitor department come in and explain where the outside money is going, and also to keep the outside people accountable.
Okay. Any other thoughts, discussion on this? Counsel McGivern.
Understanding the argument again, I won't belabor it, but just over the years, there was the argument. The part of the argument is we had one of the attorneys help me out here. When we put money, when we have a contract with a law firm.
Retainer?
A retainer. I think it's along the lines of a retainer. A retainer contract as we had with Sullivan Hayes, which is no longer part of it. But if there is there a law firm out there that has a contract for 12 months to do anything, that would come out of this line item?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that we can get through the first quarter of the year with enough money to pay what we owe.
I think Sullivan, Hayes, and Quinn is still getting about, what, $3,900 a month retainer? No?
No contract, she said.
Oh, I thought it was through next year. Oh, there's been a change of plans. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And my only point is to make sure we have enough to get through the first quarter, because we may not have free cash to September or October.
Okay.
And bills should be paid.
All right.
Another motion.
Counsel Alexander?
Yeah, I'm certainly supportive of the idea that we should reduce the amount of outside special counsel expenses that we have, and we should pull as much as we can in-house. But I think we're doing that already. We've gone from, in 2014, we had $200,000 worth of expenses. In fiscal 2015, we budgeted 146, I think it is. The request this year is for 100. I think we're on a glide path downward, and I think it's a good path, and I think this is a realistic number. If we cut it more, yes, they'll just come in and ask for the additional funding, and I'm sure after a hearing we'll go ahead and grant it. But we have asked for realistic budgeting. We are trying to develop realistic budgeting. I think the 100 is a realistic number, and if we cut it, we're just going to end up funding it again later. So I'm not going to support a cut on this line.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is in favor of the $60,000 reduction. A no vote is to deny that reduction.
Valentin,
No.
Alexander,
No.
Bartley,
No.
Bresnahan,
No.
Chatnoff,
Yes.
Graney,
No.
Jordan,
No.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern, Soto,
Yes.
Tommen,
No.
Bacon.
No.
4 yeas, 11 nays.
Any other motions for page 8? Counselor McGee.
Yes, line item 51102, assistant solicitor. Make a motion to cut it by 55,000.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded to reduce line item 51102 by 55,000, currently appropriated at 179, so a reduction of 55,000 from that. There has been a second. Under discussion, Counselor McGee.
As we were informed, this is an additional position, so we're adding to the budget, another employee. To me, in these tough times, we shouldn't be adding to the budget. We should be, in essence, trying to find ways to cut it. As has been said in many, many meetings, due to the coal plant, the way it is, and other lost revenues, there is always the scare or fear, as we've seen with the school department, of layoffs. We shouldn't be adding to a budget of an employee when there's a potential for layoffs, if that is the theory. I'm not trying to throw red herrings out there. That's been the ongoing argument. So to me, the law department is doing very well with regards to the staff that they have. Everyone could always use more, but at this time, I think it's obligated upon us just to not add to the budget in this fashion.
Counselor Lisi.
Thank you. From what I understand, this $55,000 is a base salary to get a lawyer in for doing more of the receiverships in housing court that we all learned in the previous conversation is going to be a really great way to get buildings back onto the tax rolls, get them cleaned up and rehabilitated. It's another revenue generating stream of funding. I think we can really augment the power and efficiency of our legal department if we retain this third person and keep them dedicated to housing court receivership issues.
Counselor Bacon?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm supporting this cut. In the previous vote, I supported the funding as budgeted for outside counsel so that there's flexibility within that department. But given the circumstances of the city, it would be unfair to fill positions when we're in the financial situation we are, which will likely lead to layoffs, even probably with the cuts that so far we've made, which, while we are making some cuts, are so far not making a huge dent in the deficit that we're looking at.
You're right.
So I don't support filling the vacant positions. I do support cross-training within the department and any more clerical functions that the law department can coordinate with the clerk's office, and to use the highest skills of our attorneys in the law office, I think will give us the best result for the city. So I will support this. Thank you.
Counselor Soto?
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, the solicitor's office, they do a good job. And I can't say they don't. But we need to understand, and again, we're one of the poorest cities in this Commonwealth, and really look around, there are cities larger than us that have one solicitor that runs the law office. We have 5 people, sometimes 6, 7. This is ridiculous. This really is, we need to start really tightening our belts. I've been saying this this is my 4th time. We really need to start tightening our belts. This department needs to be reeled in. And they keep, every time you turn around, there's new people in there. You know, not to mention that. But again, we need to really be realistic when it comes down to the budget that we have. This budget that was given to us, that isn't level funded. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. But this department, I encourage you to really look around, do the research of other communities our size, and see what they have in their departments. And they run very efficient. Keep that in mind. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Counselor McGivern?
Just a thought. We've rearranged this department a lot over the last couple of years with input from the city council and the mayor and from our good attorneys that are now running the department. And I think they have come a long way, but I see it a little bit different. I see a positive change. The amount of money in the professional services has been reduced 75 to 100% over the last 5 years on average. The more in-house work we do is being done by less bodies than more bodies. I understand this is a new attorney position, but we've eliminated paralegals, we've eliminated other positions, and we don't have a city solicitor, quote unquote, full-time. We've often kept this department alive on a Band-Aid approach and then criticized them for contracting out so many cases. And yet when they turn around, do the work, save us some money, some less salaries in terms of not paying the big salary and dividing up the costs a little bit different, I think does make it a revenue-producing proposal in front of us. And sometimes to save money, you have to spend money.
At the risk of agreeing with Counselor McGivern,
Anytime you want, Mr. President.
Thank you. I do have to go along with this added position for this year. It is one can make a very compelling argument in light of the fiscal situation that this is not a good idea, but I am sold on trying earnestly this receivership program, and we have to make an investment in doing this. We did with the CDBG money to tack on a new inspector. I think we need to give the compendium, I mean, Springfield dedicates multiple attorneys to this type of a role. We need to have a dedicated person working the housing court and really go to town on all the code violations, this receivership thing, and be active. I'm going to evaluate it after a year. If I don't think, as I'm sure each of you will evaluate it, if we think that we were sold something and we don't have results to show for it, I'll be the first one to propose the cut for next year. But as far as this, I really think we need to give this a chance. The administration is asking for us to support this position to really have a robust receivership program, and therefore I am going to support it for this year, and then we'll look at the reports to see what movement we've had. So that's how I'm going to come down on it. Any other thoughts, comments? Councilor Bacon.
I would just suggest that the outside counsel line of attorney firms that have expertise in this arena could be utilized for that purpose. Thank you.
Any other thoughts? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is to reduce the assistant solicitor line by $55,000. A no vote is to not make that cut.
Valentin,
No.
Alexander,
No.
Bartley,
No.
Bresnahan,
Yes.
Chatnoff,
Yes.
Yes.
Graney, Jordan,
No.
Leahy,
No.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi, McGee, McGivern,
No.
Soto, Tommen,
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
6 yeas,
6 yeas and 9 nays?
yes.
Okay. By your vote, you've agreed not to cut that line. Anything else for page 8?
Yep.
Counselor McGee.
57600, litigation, cut by 1,700, level funding.
Second.
Okay. Proposal is to cut line item 57,600,
Yep.
reduce by 1,700, so to reduce from 7,500 to 5,800. Okay? That has been seconded. Under discussion, Counselor McGee. Just level funding is your point. Counselor Leahy.
Yeah, just very quickly, discussing this with Kara, this is the filing fees for the new attorney that we just gave.
What do you mean filing fees?
She needs this line item for the filing fees for this person to go in.
To do those cases?
To do those cases.
Oh, so now okay, that's fine. So now we have new fees too. Actually, no, I'm not going to remove my motion. In essence, it's just another expense and a rough time, so I'm going to leave it.
Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is in favor of the $1,700 reduction. A no vote is to deny.
Valentin,
No.
Alexander,
No.
Bartley,
No.
Bresnahan,
Yes.
Chatnoff,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Jordan,
No.
Leahy,
No.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
No.
Soto,
Yes.
Tommen,
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
6 yeas and 9 nays.
By your vote, you've agreed not to reduce that line by 1,700. Any other cuts for this page?
Mr. President, object code 57300, to reduce it by $4,000 to make it level funded.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded to reduce 57,300 dues and subscription, to reduce from 10,500 to 6,500, a reduction of 4,000. Under discussion, Counselor Bacon, just the
Just
level
simply
funding.
to keep it at the previous year's level.
And I also support that cut. That is the level funding on it. I don't know, that's been 6,500 for years. All of a sudden, it's popped up to now 10.5. There's really no rhyme or reason to it. So I think we should keep that at 6,500, all things considered. So any other thoughts? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is in favor of the $4,000 reduction. A no vote is to deny.
Valentin,
Yes.
Alexander,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Bresnahan,
Yes.
Chatnoff,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
No.
Soto,
Yes.
Tomlin,
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
11 yeas and 4 nays.
By your vote, you've agreed to reduce that line by $4,000. Anything else for page 8? Hearing none, moving on to page 9, Office of the Personnel Administrator. Counselor McGee,
All right.
I have the number if you need assistance with the number for line 51102.
Yeah, do you have an
From
update
the,
number?
from the horse's mouth, it's 42,470 was
Okay,
the
so
new
that's-
position.
So, 51102, motion to cut 42,470.
Second.
Third.
Fourth.
Under discussion, this one is just very straightforward. This is, the council cut this last year. They're back to request it again to add a third position in the personnel office yet again. And that, I asked very specifically, was 42,470. The rest is going to the other incumbent that's already in the position, so. Any other thoughts, comments on this as to why we should add a 12th personnel position in the city when the other 11 don't talk to each other? Counselor Soto?
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, this is another blatant item that's before us. Again, if we did comparisons to other cities and towns that are equal or larger to our size, they have, I know of 2 that has 1 personnel person in there, and they have much more responsibilities than the ones we have now, which they do work hard, so they tell us. And the other cities and towns that I'm talking about, they oversee the police, the fire, city hall, and schools. Our personnel department doesn't even have personnel records from city or fire, just to name a couple of things. But I strongly encourage everyone to please vote this out. Thank you.
Any other thoughts, comments? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is to reduce line item 51102 by $42,470. A no vote is to deny.
Valentin,
Yes.
Alexander,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Bresnahan,
Yes.
Chatnoff,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Soto, Tomlin,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
14 yeas, 1 nay.
By your vote, you've made the reduction of 42,470 to that line. Anything else on page 9? Counselor McGee.
53030, microfilm.
53030,
Yeah.
print, binding, and microfilm, currently approved, requested at 3,200. What's the proposed cut?
Cut it by 2,900, level funding.
Second.
Okay, motion is to reduce by 2,900. That has been seconded. Under discussion, Counselor McGee? Just level funding? Okay. Any other discussion? Counselor Lisi?
Yes, I don't remember 100%, but I thought that there was an effort to bring some of the other city departments that are currently housing their own personnel files into the personnel department, and that required digitizing some of the files as opposed to actually like moving filing cabinets over into City Hall.
Yeah. I hate to say it, but I'm not sure we discussed this line at the hearing, but I see. Counselor Tomlin, maybe somebody else has
Yeah,
a recollection on this.
Yeah, I believe we talked to Bob about this. I think it was the health insurance, the packets they had to send out.
Oh, yes.
And I think there was an extra cost for that, and that's what this was for.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, there's a compliance issue.
Compliance issue
It's
for
a
all
bunch
these.
of circulars that he has to mail out for, Obamacare stuff and, different
Something that doesn't come off too often, I believe,
regulations to employees, I guess. He's claiming that there's additional mailing expenses and all of this type of thing to
Why-
prepare
why-
these packets.
Why isn't that in postage then?
Printing. Well, I think it's the
Printing?
printing of them
Okay.
to make
Okay.
them.
Then I'll withdraw that motion.
All right. Motion's withdrawn. Any, good catch, Counselor Tomlin.
Yes.
Your recollection was better than mine. Now it rings a bell.
Better than mine.
Earning your keep.
Yes. Anything else on page 9? Hearing none, moving on to page 10, Computer System Administration.
Yep.
Any motions on this page? Counselor McGee?
53100, software,
Okay, motion
cut it
is,
by 15,000.
Second.
okay, motion's been made and seconded to reduce software license usage fees 53,100 from, by 15,000. That has been seconded. Under discussion, Counselor McGee.
Yes, as we saw in the Finance Committee during the debates for paying for FICA and Medicare or unemployment, this was one of the areas that they took 15,000 from. So it's the same budget item from last year. However, we saw 15,000 was taken. So for me, I'm just going by what we received, which is they had room left over in there. So the next one will be 50,000 from hardware, because that's what they took out as well to pay for FICA, Medicare, and unemployment stuff. So just going by what we received in the finance package.
Yes, Counselor Bacon.
Thank you. And if you'll take a look at this line is close to double what it was in 2014. So it seems like there's been a huge growth in the use of licenses, and it seems like there's a certain amount of experimentation going on with the variety of software packages, and I think we need to get more focused and make sure we're getting good results for the money that's being spent. Thank you.
Any other thoughts? I would also say some of this stuff seems like we could use some PEG access money, which we have almost $1 million in that account to account for some of these things too, it would seem.
15. Well, that's came from finance.
All right. Without further ado, the clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is to reduce line 53,100 by 15,000. A no vote is to deny.
Valentin,
Yes.
Alexander,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Bresnahan.
Yes.
Chatnoff,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Soto,
Yes.
Tomlin,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
14 yeas, 1 nay.
By your vote, you've reduced that line by 15,000. Anything else for page 10? Counselor McGee.
53180, minus 50,000. Same reason, they took it out to help pay for other expenses, so same theory.
Second.
Okay, motion is to reduce line 53,180, you said?
Yes, 53,180,
To
50,000.
reduce, this, which currently is recommended at 163,800, reduced by 50,000. Under discussion, Counselor McGee.
Same reason, I actually have the financial transfer right here.
So they took the money out
Correct,
and used it for something else.
correct. So I'm just going by
Okay.
their numbers.
All right. Counselor Bacon?
I'm all set.
Anybody else? Any other discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is in favor of the $50,000 reduction. A no vote is to deny.
Valentin,
Yes.
Alexander,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Bresnahan,
Yes.
Chatnoff,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Nope.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Soto, Tomlin,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
14 yeas, 1 nay.
By your vote, you've reduced that line by $50,000. Anything else for page 10? Hearing none, moving on to page 11. Office of the Administrative Assistant to the City Council. Any proposals for this page? Hearing none.
Actually,
Oh, yep, go
Mr.
ahead.
President, I do apologize, because it's on the second page. On page
11?
11. No, it's actually page 10, sorry.
Oh, okay. Back to 10.
53190. I apologize, it was next page over.
Okay, 53190, what's your,
Minus 10,000.
Okay,
Second.
all right, minus 10,000, so to reduce from 25 to 15,
Correct.
okay.
Same rule. It's right here on the sheet. They took 10,000 out of the account to pay towards other areas, so.
Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is to reduce line 53,190 on page 10 by 10,000. A yes vote is to cut it, a no vote is to not cut it.
Valentin,
Yes.
Alexander.
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Bresnahan.
Yes.
Chatnoff,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
No.
McGee. Yes. McGivern,
Yes.
Soto. Yes. Tommen,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
14 yeas, 1 nay.
By your vote, you've made the cut. Page 11. Nothing on 11. We move to 12. Office of the City Clerk, anything on page 12? Hearing none, moving to page 13. Continuing with the City Clerk, page 2. Nothing there. Page 14. Office of the Registrar of Voters.
Mr. President, object code
Oh.
51102.
5110 or 05, you mean?
05.
Okay. Is there a motion? What amount?
The proposal is to reduce that position out of the department because we can't afford it in the budget.
Okay, I'll second that. Motion is to cut this position 30 by 34,873. Okay, under discussion,
What position is that?
this is the senior elections clerk. There's 2 positions in the office, and this is to make a reduction in that position. Council LeBron Martinez?
Is it appropriate to ask who is the position, the person's
Oh,
name?
currently in it?
Question on that. I just want to know if it's appropriate for me to ask who's,
Sure, it's appropriate, yeah.
who's the person getting paid on that?
Noelia, to my understanding, is her name,
Noelia?
yeah. Yep. So,
No, is Noelia Colon, who's currently in the office?
correct,
So the motion is to eliminate that position?
correct.
Okay.
Yep, that would be the proposal. Under discussion, before we go into the pros and cons, basically, this position, my opinion, this department's overstaffed. You really only need one person in that office. There's absolutely insufficient amount of work to have these 2 positions. This position should either be redeployed somewhere else if they need this person somewhere, but there is no need to have 2 full-time people in that elections office. There just is not. The productivity, without getting into too much of it, just to me does not justify having 2 full-time positions here. And if this person can't be redeployed, this position should be eliminated because it's just simply not enough work to do to have in that position. So I don't know if this will get cut or not, but that needs to be said because we need to do a review of the deployment of personnel in these departments. Some may need more, but others need less, and this is definitely one that I have observed that needs 1 full-time FTE there is ample, especially considering when there is seasonal needs for assistance. We have a very robust staff in the clerk's office that can assist Suzanne Mead in doing her full-time duties there on a seasonal basis. So that's my 2 cents on it. Councilor LeBron Martinez.
I'm sorry. The reason I had asked that, I wanted to get a sense who was actually in the role. But I got to speak on this one because it's another elimination. This is the only person that I know in that department, at least, that can serve anyone who is not proficient in English. And I couldn't see ourselves voting this person out myself personally. I don't know about the rest, but I know that I'm not going to vote on this unless there is a different way of considering how we're going to address the community. We're thinking and we're all gun-ho about having more of those who are not voting, getting involved and whatnot. How do we go about doing this? So I'm not going to vote on this if it is an elimination completely of her role and not replacing somewhat and somehow. So, thank you.
Mr. President,
Counselor Valentin.
am I next?
Sure, go ahead.
Because I can't see you.
No problem. You have to raise your hand. I
Just,
apologize.
I'm thinking about, in terms of the proposal of eliminating this position, is this a union position?
Yes. Probably.
So wouldn't this be, an issue?
No. We're not required to fund it.
Wasn't there an issue last year when the majority of the council voted to eliminate a union position?
No, the
In
issue
the
last
treasurer's
year.
office?
The last year was the issue about taking people's longevity pay away, which was required by contract. That's a.
No, I'm talking about the position in the treasurer's office that was eliminated, that was a union position, and I think I remember Sandy Smith talking to us about there were some repercussions around that. This was at the budget hearing.
Well, that was Sandy's take on the world, but Kevin Jordan had a different take on that. And the fact of the matter is, that's all subject to appropriation. They can, kowtow to whatever they want. There's no requirement that we fill any of these jobs. In most, it's all subject to appropriation. What it is if you do appropriate it, the person, you can't, what became an issue was non-union people doing union duties. That, I think if you plumb into it with Sandy, that was basically the union's objection, that other people in her office that are non-union were starting to do what the union had as work. And I think that was the union's objection. Not that the council had the non-authority to cut it, but was that the work was distributed to non-union employees. I think that's the issue.
So would this not be the same case with the assistant registrar of voters not being a union position?
Potentially, they could raise an argument, but, again, I don't, kowtow to whatever union says either. I mean, that's their opinion. Obviously, they're going to take the opinion that, they want to defend their positions and how everything works out, but that's not definitive. That's their opinion. But again, it's all subject to appropriation. Do we have the requisite resources to have 2 full-time people in this office, and is that needed? That's the question. Some will say yes, some will say no, and we move on from this evening, And go ahead, Councilor Valentin. You still have the
No,
floor.
just in summary, I'm actually a union leader myself at my full-time job, so that's why I'm always thinking about these questions. But
Sure.
I actually agree with Councilor LeBron Martinez that this is a position where, this is the one person in that office that is bilingual, that can serve the Spanish-speaking population of the city, and here we are trying to promote civic engagement and voter involvement. I think that sends a mixed message, but that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Sure. Councilor McGivern had his hand up next.
A lot of good points are being made on both sides of the argument, but I think the budget process is not the way to revamp a department. I think we have to do it through other more traditional whether it's negotiations with the union or working with the mayor and the department head. None of this was discussed during the budget hearing, so we haven't heard any feedback from the department head, and we haven't heard any feedback from the mayor. The individual, which we have a right to know, is a senior person, so she's not going out the door. You end up bumping someone else in another office, probably the lowest person in the clerk's office. But what's interesting is if we were to eliminate this position, is the individuals in the clerk's office, which is, I think, our bigger problem, not the clerk's office. Our bigger problem is then we can't allow clerical people in the clerk's office to go into the register of voters to do the work of the job that was eliminated. What we've been trying to, is, and there is some resistance from the union, and actually more resistance from department heads, is to make more of a clerical pool throughout City Hall. And that's the way we would really save money and be more efficient, which I think is the president's point here. But if we eliminate this position through the budget process, the position is still contractual. And it's the same thing as an ordinance. If they find the money, the position can be kept there, but something else could be eliminated. But I fear we're going to lose some good person that is needed. There'll be the question of training the person that transfers into the new position. And if we're going to eliminate a position, we have to pay unemployment insurance. So we have to eliminate another position and a half to make up for the unemployment item that's going to be needed.
Okay, Counselor Lisi, I think, had her hand up next.
I'm all set. I was just under the impression that it was a union position,
Yep.
and we've confirmed that.
Counselor Bacon.
Thank you. I would just note that the situation was created after the consolidation that the mayor had indicated was going to happen, did not happen due to whatever reasons when the registrar was doing both positions. So the situation that we have before us now is because that consolidation did not happen. And so I just want to put that out there.
Sure. Counselor Graining.
Yeah, Mr. President, I believe that that office runs very efficiently, and I think that Noelia is an asset to that office, and I certainly can vote to eliminate this position. I think not only that, she's a valuable asset to the community.
Yep. Anybody else? Counselor McGee?
Yes, just for disclosure, I did ask legal, I can vote on this.
Okay.
My thing is, although good points on all sides, we never invited the clerk in to address these issues. We had our meetings, the budget process, invited all these people in.
Is she back in the office?
Kevin, she's an open door, you can call her, you can have her come in.
I didn't want to disturb her.
Well, I appreciate that. Baby was born June 8th, as we all know.
That was the date of the hearing, June 8th. She was coming in that
June
night. You weren't
1st.
here.
You could have June 1st. My thing is, if this is the type of issue where we want to address these problems, you have the department head come in to address those. We're adding positions, and now we're in the process of trying to lay off. I think that's the worst message to send right now. To me, I'm trying to do level funding across the board. If we have problems in this position or think it could go elsewhere to help out other departments, then that's something that should be addressed prior to taking actions to cut. That's just my personal view.
Sure. Counselor Alexander?
Thanks. Yeah, I have to say, if this is an overstaffed office, and I think it probably is, then the way to address that is through a union negotiation or a city hall reorganization or something else. It's not to just, cut the budget for the position so this person ends up moving somewhere else so that somebody else gets bounced and we have some kind of weird chain of unintended consequences. That's just not the way to fix a staffing problem. So while I think this is something we should address, this isn't the way to address it. Thank you.
Counselor Leahy?
Yeah, I agree. This might be a position that could be used elsewhere. Maybe this person doesn't have enough work in there. I don't know. However, there's certain things that we have to keep in mind, such as this is a union position. We've said that. It's also a civil service position. There would also have to be buyback. There would also have to be, I think, a 7-day hearing, and that's that. Thank you.
Well, right. Yep. Again, I'm planting a seed here to put it out there that this position is overstaffed in that office. We can take an array of methodologies and perhaps this approach, whatever is the best or not the best. But nevertheless, I think this needs to be said, so I'm saying it, which is like I do a lot of things around here. I will say with respect to, I do take exception to one point, which is that we hire people exclusively because they know how to speak Spanish. We have plenty of resources in the city hall to, if we need translation services, point blank, we have the assistant clerk right here. If somebody doesn't speak doesn't speak English and is trying to utilize services, that we can certainly help with translation. There's plenty of people that speak Spanish in City Hall that can assist that. That's not in and of itself a reason to have a full-time extra position in this office. Absolutely. So that I just want to point that out there. This, notions of disenfranchisement and yada yada. My point is we should have the bodies where they need to be, and we're going to have to approach this certainly over the next year. And I'm just planting the seed here this evening on this one. So, clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is in favor of the cut. A no vote is to deny it.
Valentin,
No.
Alexander,
No.
Bartley,
No.
Bresnahan,
No.
Chatnough?
No.
Graney?
No.
Jordan?
Yes.
Leahy?
No.
LeBron Martinez?
No.
Lisi?
No.
McGee? McGivern?
No.
Soto? Tommen?
No.
Bacon?
Yes.
2 yeas, 13 nays.
By your vote, you've agreed not to make that cut. Anything else on page 14? Hearing none, we move on to page 15. Anything for page 15? Hearing none, moving on to page 16.
Yes.
Counselor McGee.
53010, professional services. Subtract 1,000.
give me that line again, please.
53010. Under expenses, professional services.
Okay, to reduce that by how much?
1,000.
1,000, okay. Proposal has been made and seconded to reduce line 53010, reduced by $1,000 to 0. Counselor McGee.
It's a brand-new line item in there. I'm not sure why it's there. I have no reason for it, so just making it look level funded because it was in there before.
Okay, Counselor Alexander?
Yeah, somebody said something about we should have invited the department chair in to talk about it, but I guess I have no problem with the cut. Whatever it is, he can always come in and request it.
Right.
And also if it's for, like, the one thing I know they use professional services for sort of on an on and off basis is a review of a delineation or something like that. They actually have a filing fee account they can use for that, so maybe they wouldn't even need to come in for us.
Okay, anybody else? Thoughts on this item? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is in favor of making the $1,000 reduction. A no vote is to deny it.
Valentin?
Yes.
Alexander?
Yes.
Bartley?
No.
Bresnahan?
Yes.
Chatnough?
Yes.
Graney?
No.
Jordan?
Yes.
Leahy?
Yes.
LeBron Martinez?
Yes.
Lisi?
Nope.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
No.
Soto? Tommen?
No.
Bacon?
Yes.
10 yeas, 5 nays.
By your vote, you've reduced the line by $1,000. Anything else for page 16? Counselor McGee?
57300, dues and subscriptions.
Yes?
Minus 2,000, level fund.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded to reduce line 57300 from 2,600 to 600. That has been seconded. Under discussion, Counselor McGee.
Level fund.
Okay, Counselor Alexander.
I think that's the Connecticut River Watershed Council, which we didn't fund last year, and so the number was artificially low, and that kind of bit us in the butt. So we're back to recommending that we fund it this year, and that's coming from the commission, who recommended it be defunded last year, and that turned out to be a bad decision. They've asked for the money back this year.
Okay. Anybody else? Counselor Graney?
Could I just move to make the reduction 1,300, one half of the 26?
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second. Okay.
Is an amendment of 1,300 as opposed to the 2,000?
Correct.
Is that
So
what
you want to reduce it by 1,300 as opposed to reduce it by 2,000?
Right, cut it in half.
Yeah. Okay, Counselor Graney's made a motion to reduce from 2,600 to 1,300. Any discussion on that, Counselor Graney?
No, Counselor Alexander may address it. He says that it's one membership fee, that I can't cut it by 1,300.
Can't, is what you're saying. Do you
Well,
want
I'm
to?
saying you're buying half a membership if you do that. I mean, I don't know what you do with that funding at that point.
So, having heard that, do you want to stay with your motion?
No,
or
I'll remove it.
You withdrew it, okay? So motion on the floor is still to reduce by 2,000. Any discussion? Counselor McGivern.
It's a shame the department head's not here to be asked a question, or wasn't here during the budget process, but I believe Councilor Alexander is correct on the fee, the reason for the fee. If anyone doesn't recognize in this room what the Conservation Director has done in the last 3 years, it's been a remarkable success story in that department. And I think if, the Rivershed Council, the the membership is an important thing to what we do in the conservation area. And the Public Service Committee has had the pleasure of interviewing and re-interviewing a number of the commissioners, and the talent that we have in this area is incredible. And I'm not going to vote for something that I don't know what I'm voting for, because no one can tell me what this cut is, and I think Councilor Alexander is correct. It's needed.
Okay, Councilor Graney?
Yeah, well, just to reiterate, I'm not going to vote for this. We have over a mile of riverfront along the city. At some point in time, I think it's a good idea to have this fee.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is to reduce line 57,300 by $2,000. A no vote is to deny.
Valentin,
No.
Alexander,
No.
Bartley,
No.
Bresnahan,
Yep.
Chatnough,
No.
Graney,
No?
Jordan,
No.
Leahy,
No.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
No.
McGee, McGivern,
No.
Soto, Tommen,
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
4 yeas, 11 nays.
By your vote, you've agreed not to cut this line item. Any other thoughts on page 16? Hearing none, moving on to page 17. Planning and Economic Development. Any motions on page 17? I'll propose one, and that is to reduce line 51240 by $3,000. That has been seconded. I'm just going to walk people through that one. That's line 51240, to reduce this line from 3,000 to 0. Give my basic justification of that. This is for summer interns. Nice, but not necessary. If the department wants this, they can find it elsewhere in the department or get a grant. The department is already heavily staffed. You can see the array of positions that we have in this department, and all of them are filled. So if they can't somehow manage, either get a grant or do something, the $3,000 for the summer intern program, nice, but sorry, we just don't have to start adding those type of things in. And so therefore, I'm going to recommend it be reduced. And if there's, I don't know if there's any other thoughts on that. Counselor Bartley.
I just would recommend that we just leave it there. That office is, by my count, just top of my head, it produced in grants in the last fiscal year over $5 million, and I'm really think I'm cutting it short from. I mean, it's done. Yeah, they're staffed, but the amount of money that they're bringing to the city in grants, and well over $5 million. Never mind the environmental cleanup and the rail station, et cetera, et cetera. We could go on and on. I just want to commend the work that Marcos has done. It's also a couple, 3 offices up there. I think to provide internships. I hear what the president says, and I always respect his opinion, but and I think in this case, to provide internships to folks, maybe they're from the 5-college system, maybe they're from high school, so let them learn about Holyoke, help them teach us a few things. I think that's a minuscule investment for a long-term benefit. Thank you.
Mr. President?
Counselor Valentin.
Thank you. I'm going to agree wholeheartedly with Councilor Bartley. I think that it's evident at our meetings here the amazing work that is coming out of this office. And just as a great story, and I know I'm not going to be long-winded, but because I know we're against the clock here, but just to share with all of you, one of the star interns in the past of that office, when Kathy Anderson was there, is actually currently one of the main city planners in a city just slightly east to us. I won't give details right now, and is also the chair of their board of the appeals, their zoning appeals. And the only reason I know this is because I coincided with this person at an event in the community, and she was an HEC alum that then went on to get her bachelor's and her master's, and she did her internship at this very office and spoke very highly of the opportunities that were given through internships there. And she's always known as the star intern in that department. And I think that the interns in this specific department have a variety of responsibilities that's very, very different than what other departments would have in the city. So again, $3,000, not a huge number, and I think it's definitely an investment and something that could benefit us in the long run and the short term. Thanks.
To paraphrase Counselor Alexander, if you can't cut, in his case, he said vacant positions, what can you cut? If you can't cut stipends going to newly created summer intern positions, what can you cut from a $2.8 million deficit? So they can have 100 interns literally climbing from the rafters, just saying if they got any money to pay them. Because, you know, we just need money to pay other people that we have to pay and that we've elected to pay. So they can have all the interns they want. I don't, you know, $3,000, just don't have it. Just don't have it. And let's not pretend we do. Councilor Alexander.
Thanks. I don't know. You know, of all the departments in the city, this is the one that strikes me the most as an investment in the city's future. This is planning and development. These are the two things we need more of than anything else. They spend every dollar they get pretty wisely. They bring in a lot more money than they actually expend. I can't think of a department I'd rather fund more than this one. So I'm going to vote against any cut to this particular line. I think this is, you know, it's an investment in the future. We need to make more of those. This is the one department that is non-regulatory in nature. This is a planning department. This is a development department. This is a department that's trying to do everything we keep saying we need more of. Let's help them out if they've got a program going here.
Councilor Bresnahan.
I agree with the president. I mean, you know, there's plenty of interns. I've done free interns. Colleges can create paid interns for college students to come to Holyoke because we're so diverse and, you know, we're coming up in the world. Let the college pay for them to come down here and do it. It is a great training ground for people to come here and work and move on to better and greater things. That's absolutely true. But again, you know, we have to make cuts. We can't say no to every single cut. And you know, I'm comfortable. I was very comfortable not voting for the cut in the registrar's office, though I agreed with the president's thoughts on it, because I've made enough cuts. I voted on all the other cuts that we don't need. You know, we have to, we're really strapped here, really strapped. And, you know, we have the creative economic coordinator. I'm not making motions to cut that. We wanted it, fine, let that go. Let him go create interns from Holyoke Community College. I mean, this is $3,000. Well, I mean, if you vote $3,000 5 times, it's $15,000. Again, we have fire departments that are browning out. That $3,000 could keep a tactical unit on the streets, I'm assuming, for longer than an hour. I mean, we have to make sensible, you know, cuts here, and I just feel that they can get grants. Councilor Bartley, my dear friend, pointed out they've made over $5 million in grants. Get one for $3,000 from UMass. Reach out to them. There's got to be tons of kids that want to learn what economic development in a very poor community is like. Thank you.
Councilor McGivern.
Sometimes you can have a debate where there's no complete right and no complete wrong, and I think we just did that. But I'm going to vote in favor of this because it's not just an investment in the future. Interns work 2 ways. They challenge the person in the department that is the assigned and doing the training or the working with the individual, and in turn the intern themselves challenge the people in the department because everybody's working towards a common goal, and the work is what this department does. I think what's been said is correct. This is a money-making, it's actually 2 departments. This budget page 5 years ago was two different departments. So it's not an overstaffed department by no means. It's 2 departments that were merged. Some money was saved. As I've said many times, HEDIC has supplemented a lot of the positions here. And regardless of where the revenue source comes, most of these individuals have already made the money for the city for what we paid them to do in terms of their jobs, and happily done it because it's their job. But I think the interns is a good investment, but I think it's a challenge both ways, and it works, and it helps out not just the interns, but helps out the city get the work done.
Counselor Lisi.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, I think that Councilor Bresnahan actually hit the nail on the head. It's really easy for a department like Planning and Economic Development, who is bringing in so many grants and so much money to the city of Holyoke for all these projects that we want to move forward on. It would be really easy for them to bring in a couple $1,000s to pay interns. I would just point out that of all the internships that I understand are happening this summer in the mayor's office and the Office of Planning and Economic Development, those are all free, unpaid internships. It's free help. This temporary seasonal help is, I think, literally temporary seasonal help from like a temp service, temp agency for specific projects that we need additional staff support on because, I mean, Planning and Economic Development are here in the council chambers at least twice a month talking about different projects that this council has filed and trying to make progress on. And really that office is using its staff time and staff support to not only go after the grants, but then staff the projects and do the research and create the findings that we then can implement within these chambers. So I feel like they're very good at getting the money. They're very good at applying the money and producing results for the city. The internships that are coming to City Hall are free, unpaid internships. This is literally for temporary help to staff and augment the number of different projects that department is working on. Thank you.
At the budget hearing, I specifically asked Marcos, what is this money for? His reply, summer interns. Counselor Vacan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we're just taking our eye off the ball a little bit here. I don't think what we're trying to do tonight is pick good departments or bad departments. What we're trying to do is bring a budget that is in huge deficit into line. So I don't think any of us are sitting here criticizing anybody, how they intend to come into work, the work they get done in any of the departments. We're just simply trying to balance it. And I would just note that from the expended monies in 2014 to the proposed budget, there's over a 10% increase in this one department. We're asking taxpayers to fund a budget. They're lucky if they're getting a 1% or a 2% increase. And there have been some points made earlier about the relative size of departments in bigger cities. So, I mean, we're having a long discussion about a small item in the budget, and I just think we need to stay focused. Thank you.
Without further ado, the clerk will call the roll. Yes vote is to reduce the temporary seasonal line 51240 by $3,000. A no vote is to not make the cut.
Valentin,
No.
Alexander,
No.
Bartley,
Nope.
Bresnahan,
Yep.
Chatnough,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
No.
McGee, McGivern,
No.
Soto, Tommen,
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
8 yeas, 7 nays.
By your vote, you've reduced that line by $3,000.
Wait a minute.
Mr. President,
Yes, Counselor Soto.
51105, reduce it by 43,612.
Okay, motion has been made to cut 43,612 from the position of Creative Economy Coordinator, 51105. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, under discussion, Counselor Soto.
Again, we're in some tough economic times. I mean, it's great. I think and again, this is something else that's different. You can't look at the person and the positions. You have to think about, when you look at a budget and what monies you don't have and you have to spend, I mean, you do accordingly. So I strongly believe that this position is not needed, and I hope you all agree. Thanks.
Counselor McGivern.
Mr.
Mr. President, position is by ordinance. We don't have a proposal before us to eliminate the ordinance. Therefore, I propose it's out of order.
Second.
There we go. Do we have an ordinance on this position?
With a
This is a
sunset
temporary
clause.
one?
Temporary
Oh,
position.
Isn't this a
right.
temporary position?
Right, that's true.
No, the ordinance has a sunset in it, but it's.
It does, but we renewed the
It's
sunset for
temporary,
2 years, so. Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree that that's out of order unless you're gonna appeal the ruling of the chair that there's an ordinance that says that this position exists and there's a funding mechanism for it.
Point of order, is that in ordinance form, that vote? I know it was a temporary position and extended. I don't
Yeah, but
recall
we
it-
renew, it's in ordinance. We renewed the ordinance,
Okay.
so it's,
sunset
it's
clause.
on till summer of next year, I believe, because we renewed it last year. It was 2 years we renewed it. Yep. So the end of this fiscal year. I'm sure that, okay, thank you, Counselor Soto. There you go. I have a proposal for this, oh, actually, no, I'm sorry, it's not yet. It's, oh, actually, no, I stand corrected, it is on this page. To reduce line 52,700 by $28,000. This is for the Creative Arts Center building rent.
Second.
Okay, that's been seconded. Under discussion, let's just go through the briefly as I can. For whatever reason, some number of years ago, the city started paying the rent for this private organization called the Creative Arts Center. And that just sort of took a life of its own. And we were paying it $42,000 for years and years and years. And to the credit of the current powers that be, Marcos and others, there's this plan to get them down to zero, where they're going to wean them off like $7,000 a year or $8,000 a year. Problem is, I'm not sure it's even legal to give money, city general fund money, to a private organization. If that's the case, then step in line. Boys Club, why don't we have an appropriation for them? The Girls Inc. I mean, you fill in the blank. Everybody's doing wonderful work in the community. But this private organization is receiving $28,000 in direct aid, a check, to pay their rent. And I don't think the proposed trajectory of getting them to zero works for us because we can't afford this anymore. And they have moved, and now they're at some other place, and, you know, that's all well and good, but we can't afford to pay this $28,000, and like I said, I beg to question whether it's even legal at all. I know the mayor of East Hampton just made a cut of some direct dollars that the town of East Hampton was making for a food shelter program. Again, these are all wonderful, Creative Arts Center, wonderful, blah, blah, blah. You know, that's not the issue. I think this cut is appropriate, number one. But number two is we can barely support our own budget, let alone that of private organizations. And we shouldn't be picking winners and losers in here as to what private organizations we like to start sending checks to. And so for that reason, I do feel the time has come for us to cut this. And so that's the genesis of the motion. Any other thoughts on this? Councilor McGivern.
We certainly have had this discussion over the years, and recently I know the costs have been reduced and plans have been put in place to phase out the city's involvement. The same argument goes for the Volleyball Hall of Fame and the Children's Museum. And, you know, I don't see any plans to.
We don't make any direct contributions to them. It's not the same thing.
We own the building and they're.
Yeah, we own the building, we pay the heat on our own building. Yeah, that's right.
Right, but we don't charge rent.
Okay.
I got the floor?
Yeah, you got the floor.
Thanks. I understand the argument, and I think we've probably talked. I've probably talked about it before too. It's never been fully a comfortable line item within the budget. They used to be the same thing more as the Volleyball Hall of Fame and the Children's Museum, where we just housed them in different areas that the city owned. And then that took on a different animal when they moved up to the South Street Plaza, which the department has now brought them out of there and brought them into this current location. I agree, we need a plan, to phase this out. To do it 7 days before, and kick them out or tell them they're on their own in 1 week, I don't think is the correct way to do it, but I'm not too sure what the correct way is. But I think we have to be careful because it's not the only agency that we take care of.
Council Lisi.
Thank you. I think that, there is a plan in place to start to wean them off this city subsidy. I think that we can fast track that plan by cutting a portion of the total amount, but I think the total amount is going to really rob the city and city residents of a service that is playing into the renaissance that we're seeing around the creative economy and arts and industry coming to the downtown. Because when we see downtown revitalization happening, the corridor that is seeing the most growth is the arts and industry corridor all along Ray Street. And I think that this location, I think it's on Dwight Street, flows right into the Canal Walk and all the other activity that's going on down there. So I'd like to make an amendment to the proposed cut of $28,000 and amend it to just $8,000 at the moment.
So reduced by 8.
Bring it down to $20,000 even.
Okay, is there a second to that?
Second.
All right. I may go with that if option 1 does not pass. Councilor Alexander?
Yeah, I think, we've worked with this organization to craft a plan to get them off of city funding. I think, as Councilor Lisi said, doing something to accelerate that path, I think, is a good thing. It sends a message that we want to be out of this business, and not on some indefinite timeline, but on a more aggressive timeline. I would have made a motion to cut it in half and say, we'll fund it for 6 months. That gives you 6 months to figure out a different path here. But, 8,000 is fine. But I think we don't want to just pull the rug out a week before budget time. I don't think that's the approach to take. Thank you.
How about if I withdraw the 28,000 and we compromise at 14?
I would second that.
Okay.
There's a second amendment. I mean, we could do it, but.
So motion is I'm going to withdraw my 28,000 motion and
Make a motion for 14.
to 14, and I'll second that. And Councilor Soto was next to speak.
If we can, legally speaking, we've been mothering this place, and paying the bills. So legally speaking, if we stop paying the bills, are we liable for whatever lease they're in, their agreement or anything that they've made with the assumption that the city of Holyoke is behind them? Are we liable? So
We're not a party to the lease. We're just giving them the money
how do we
towards
know?
paying it.
Do we know that, sir?
That's my understanding, yeah. I have asked that previously, and note it's between them and the landlord. We're just subsidizing it. It's a rental subsidy. That's my understanding.
Thank you.
Now, I'll stand to be corrected if the law department or somebody else knows other than that, but that was the last time I asked. Councilor McGee.
Thank you. I had it listed as the 28,000 because I was under the assumption they moved and they just didn't need the 28,000. But hearing the information that they did move, but we're slowly weaning them off, I guess my question is, if they're in a lease, do we know what type of lease it is? Is it a year-long lease? Is it just month to month? Because I understand we can wean them off. I don't want to cut them down to 0, knowing the new facts that I have. I don't want to also just put out an arbitrary number as 14 if they're in a year-long lease. So I'm just trying to figure out what is the best course if someone has more information. I know Councilor Lisi offered up just take away 8,000, they have 20, that gets them through a certain period of time. Is that enough time for them?
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm asking.
Councilor Graney.
Yeah, if we just letter them and give them notice, give them 6 months, let them know that this is coming down the pike. You got $14,000. It's time to wrap it up, that's all. But make sure that they have it in writing.
Yeah. Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. I don't know the details of the lease at all, but it seems to me that there's some sort of building owner who seems to be benefiting from occupancy, and an $8,000 cut that I'm proposing seems something that can be negotiated over the course of a year or over however many months. Like $8,000 seems like something that can easily be negotiated as opposed to a $14,000 cut where they may have to vacate that building and that's non-negotiable, and then that disrupts the entire service that we're providing our citizens by having the Creative Arts Center, and then B, I don't know, I'm losing it. But I think $8,000 is a good way to cut it.
On the motion.
Council Alexander.
Thanks. I propose the 14 because it is fully funded for 6 months. That means we've given them a shot across the bow. If they come in 6 months with the plan to say, we've figured out what to do, it's going to take us a year, we can fund the other 14. So
Right.
it was just a way to say, you need to wrap this up and get us out of this business, but we're not saying you have to do it tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a good point. And you know, if it turns out that, you know, they need some additional time, but goodness gracious, I mean, we just don't have it to give away. We're not in a position to be giving money away to anybody, you know. Okay, any other thoughts? All right, clerk will call the roll. A yes vote is in favor of the $14,000 reduction, a no vote is to deny.
Valentin,
No.
Alexander,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Bresnahan,
Yes.
Chatnoff,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Leahy, LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
No.
McGee, McGivern, Soto, Tommen,
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Okay, by your vote, you've made a $14,000 reduction to that line. Anything else on page 17? Hearing none, moving on to page 18.
Mr. President,
Yes, Council Valentin.
looking at the time, we are on page 18 of 58, and knowing that it will be humanely impossible to finish this budget, and exhaustion is settling in for all of us when we're making some important decisions, I make a motion that we look at what our options are right now.
I second that.
I third it.
Okay.
I would like to get through the police department at least.
That's a big department.
Yeah, I know, one rally, come on.
That's a long
You don't even
discussion.
have to vote for that one.
7 o'clock.
Well, we could make a motion to recess. That's would be my recommended.
Let's take care of Brian first. He's been sitting here.
Well, we can suspend the rules to do that.
36?
Or to,
What department is that?
yeah. But let's,
I mean, what page is that?
we'll get to that in a minute.
Did the same thing last year?
Is if people want to move on and not do this evening, if that is the majority, and I'm not sure that is the majority, well, whatever the case may be, then we're going to have to pick another day. And I can tell you that, you know, you don't have a lot to pick from,
There's not a lot, no, there
you
isn't.
know? So what's the day other than when? Because you, keep in mind, you got to have 2 days' notice, so you're not meeting tomorrow. I don't think you can legitimately meet on Wednesday either, because that's not in the 48 hours. Are we coming down on Saturday?
Sure.
That's a possibility. Wouldn't be the first Saturday that we've worked.
Saturday night,
Saturday, whenever,
some of us work during the day.
you know, I don't know what time. Sunday, you got Sunday?
Monday and Tuesday.
Monday, we already have our training thing scheduled for Monday, and
Tuesday's
Tuesday's ordinance. So,
I'm in favor of the weekend. I mean, it's humanely impossible to go up to page 58 at this point. Those of you who are here for finance, you've been here 5 hours.
I know.
I mean, there comes a point where it's just not productive.
no, I don't disagree, but I'm just saying is, if we exercise that escape clause right now, I gotta have, because I'd have to notice this meeting tomorrow.
Yep.
So we have to make sure we're on the same page. Councilor McGivern.
Mr. President, what is the 45-day limit?
Yeah.
5 days, it's over.
Well, we got a second edition to this, though. Did it start then?
That's why I'm asking, I'm not sure.
I'd have to check back to the special meeting, but I believe it was the 15th of May that we got the budget. Something like that. It was something like that. I think it took it it was like the last possible moment they could give it to, hold on, I could go
But
back.
then they came in with a
Look at
second
my
one.
calendar to give it to us.
Why are you looking at your calendar? I understand your logic of reposting, but I believe if we recess this evening, it doesn't have to be reposted because we're recessing in a posted meeting.
I don't do it enough to really know the rules on that.
I'm just asking.
But we'd have to check with the law
Yeah, I think
department,
it's
because
a
I don't want
possibility.
to, it's still an open meeting issue.
45 days
We
from
do
May
that for public
15th.
hearings, that's why I'm suggesting that.
Is, the law department, I'll let them weigh in. If we can have, come back on Friday, for example, or Saturday or whatever, I mean, Saturday, I think we're okay either way. But, do we have to give 48 hours notice, Kara, on a recess? You think so? Okay. Counselor LeBron Martinez.
So my question, in returning, we're just gonna be concentrating on budget, or?
That's it. No, we're
no
just gonna,
agendas?
pick up the with a recess, you pick up the meeting exactly where you left off as, and we would start on page whatever, and, police department,
That took us an hour and a half.
just. Counselor Lisi.
So 45 days from May 15th is June 29th. So we'd have to meet this weekend.
So, let's see.
Of order, though, we received a completely new budget after that,
Yeah.
with $1.3 million in changes.
Let me just check. Special,
That was the night, the auditor's night, wasn't it?
guess what? It was actually May 14th. Because I have it on my calendar. We had a special meeting to receive the city budget, May the 14th.
So then the 28th is 45 days.
Is it? And so that gives us the weekend, though. So
But
we're,
let's do it. Sorry, just out of point of order and procedure, if the 28th is the Sunday, how can we pass it within, I mean,
no, if it's the 14th, it would be what? The
the 28th. The 28th.
28th, so what's Saturday?
Saturday.
27th, right?
Right.
Could do.
But even though City Hall's not open,
It even, doesn't matter. We can get it opened. We can either come in,
Look at a crowbar.
well, I mean,
Well, we gave up the rights to City Hall when we took care of the administrative assistant
Right.
and got rid of the city messenger, so the mayor could lock us out.
well. So you've got either Friday or you got Saturday to pick from. I'm not sure if Friday's an
Friday the
option.
fireworks? Yeah, right.
Friday the fireworks, exactly. So, that's probably, so, I mean, you're looking at Saturday, I think is what realistically, what you're looking at.
How about we
10
can,
a.m.?
Or Sunday,
so
maybe,
I would still like to get,
Yes, I agree.
not to a 5-year-old that isn't.
Yeah.
Right.
None of us are 5.
And the other problem you got with Friday is if that's true, about the 40, if we have to give 48 hours notice, then if that's true, then Friday would be out.
Okay.
Right,
We don't have
anyways.
notice.
why don't we move on, continue tonight, keep moving. Let's get
I'd
it done
like to-
tonight.
I'd like to get it.
Hey, I got another option.
What's the other option?
Make a motion and debate.
Second.
What did
Well-
you say? What?
In debate? Okay.
Motion to end debate.
So not have any further cuts, that's not
25
okay with me,
pages in
but
the yak and we
you
just
can,
did.
you can have that motion, but,
That's what I said initially.
yeah, Counselor Graney.
To be reasonable here, if we continue much longer, you're not gonna have a quorum, because I'm not gonna stay,
Yeah,
and there's gonna be people that are gonna leave.
all right.
I mean, let's face the fact, Counselor Valentin's right. I mean, what's reasonable is reasonable.
Okay.
I mean, you can only think so straight. We've been here since 6 o'clock.
Let me ask this, is there anybody that can't come on Saturday? 3. Okay, but that's still a quorum. Okay?
I might not.
So. Sunday, is there anybody that can't come on Sunday?
After church?
3. After church.
My restaurant's
4.
Oh, I'm going to, no, I can't.
5. So,
That's right.
all right, so Saturday was slightly preferable to Sunday in terms of people's availability. So, yes, Counsel Lisi.
I just want to state, I'd like not to spend my whole Saturday here, so if we can plow through police, fire, and Board of Health tonight.
Oh, that's gonna take 2 hours.
I think we should, if we're gonna recess, just recess and do it. I would recommend probably, noon time, noon on Saturday. and we plow through it.
Yep.
If we do noon on Saturday, I can't be here. I have an obligation at 1. I'll stay for an hour.
Why don't we
I
compromise?
could do as early as
Why don't we
11.
compromise and do the Board of Health tonight? Brian's here, get that out of the way and then recess.
All right.
Let's at least do that.
Okay, well, we'll do that.
To Board of Health.
We'll do Board of Health.
Stayed all night.
All right, let's just go through the Board of Health.
So we're not deciding on a time right now?
You want to speak?
And we're gonna, as soon as the Board of Health's done, we're gonna go to our motion on recess.
Okay.
Okay, page 36.
Page 36. Okay, let's see here.
1103,
Page
Chief Sanitarian.
36. Okay. Any motions on?
No.
Any motions for page 36?
No.
Hearing none. Any motions for page 37?
I didn't have anything on mine.
Hearing none. See you later, Brian.
Thanks, Bri.
36 and 37 are done.
He wanted
We now have a motion for, to recess till Saturday. Is 11 or 12 preferable?
12.
11.
12.
12.
Okay, show of hands for 11.
I want to get this over with. I got a lot of stuff.
Show of hands for 12.
Show of hands who doesn't matter. Does anyone, does either one not matter to anyone?
I'm at a meeting.
Well, then raise your hand for both. All right. I'll try and get with you, well, I'm gonna shoot for, is 11 really a killer to do 11 for people? 11:30, we'll split it.
Eyes,
All right.
11:30. Second.
All right. Would someone like to make a motion that we recess until 11:30 on Saturday right
Make a
here?
motion to recess until
Mr.
11:30
Mr.
Saturday.
President,
Second.
That's
just
second.
under discussion.
Under discussion, Councilor McGivern.
Just a clarification. With less than 15, it's still going to take 8 votes to make a cut?
That's right.
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yep. Because I view it as it's the 8 of the body, majority of the body.
I agree.
And that's been our tradition.
Yes,
And I'm-
well, years past, someone, before you and I, they did it different.
Okay.
And they got into trouble.
Okay, you want to put this in your archives?
Councilor LeBron Martinez.
I wonder, what's the possibility of getting here at 9 o'clock, hopefully that we can be out of here by noontime? I have other commitments that I'm already committed to. I don't want to get stuck here on Saturday. I'm just trying to see.
I can't get here at 9:30 in the morning. I know myself, I have a gazillion things. I'm already, for me, Saturday's already crazy. I'm cutting it, to go to 11:30 even myself, so.
Two.
A lot of people, this is very inconvenient, there's no question about it. But it is what it is. Now, let me ask this. Kara, do you feel 100% sure on that 48-hour thing, or you're not really sure?
Google.
Even a,
Because if we could recess to Friday, like around 5:30 or 6, would that be better for people if we did,
Yes.
we came down for a few hours and try and banged it out? And because fireworks aren't until about 9:30,
I got 50 people at my house at 5 o'clock.
50, 65 actually, because now.
You're all invited, 65. I just do that over the year.
Party I chose.
It's not a public hearing that's been noticed. I guess if you're recessing and it's technically not a new meeting, then maybe
Right.
it doesn't need the 48 hours, so.
How about this? Why don't we could do Friday at, 5:30, say, and if it turns out that we can't do it, we'll go with 11:30 on Saturday. How's that sound? Okay, so I will try to get with the law department to go with Friday, 5:30.
What's wrong with Thursday?
Teach to email us as
Yeah,
quickly as possible.
Why?
Because it's already almost.
We don't have to give notice.
Friday is 48 hours. It's the same thing. What's wrong with Thursday?
Tomorrow is,
If we're just
tomorrow's,
recessing?
I got a gazillion things I
If
know
we're just
myself.
recessing?
Well, let's, you know, let's have a show of hands. I mean, one of us can't make it on Friday, and one of us can't make it on Thursday. It's not fair.
All right.
Give 48 hours, no, Kara?
Friday is within 48 hours.
Friday's not 48 hours either, so.
No.
No.
And the open meeting law doesn't actually count Saturday and Sunday as part of the time for the 48 hours, but.
Well, you'd still have 48 hours before it, though.
But 48 hours to Saturday.
Oh.
But, I mean, if it's recessing, then,
Sounds like a movie.
I mean, you could say it doesn't need the 48 hours. It's gonna I mean, the one thing is, it needs to be posted like first thing tomorrow morning if it's
Oh, and
not.
the police
Yeah, well, that'd be
48
kind of tacky if we had it tomorrow night and we're
Yeah, we're on
posting it
18, the
tomorrow.
police department.
No, I think,
Can-
I mean, Ryan could do,
Kevin's
Ryan
got a
has
couple
access
in
to
there.
the calendar. He could
What's
do
the
it right
original
now.
idea?
He could post our meeting for tomorrow night right
So,
now.
Councilor Leahy, the motion was what, Friday 5:30 with Saturday at
As a
11:30
possibility.
as a possibility?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a second to that? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No. Show of hands.
Show of
No.
hands.
No.
All right, all in favor, raise your hand. One, two,
we're
one, two,
recessing, we
three,
need to pick
four,
a date
five,
certain.
6, 7, 8, 9. Carries. We're recessed.
Till Friday. Till when?
Friday 5:30, unless there's a legal impediment, then we're